Ladies and gentlemen, we're here. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Lilith. That out of the way. We're live. Yes, we are. Hello. Hello. Alright, you guys may be wondering why we're not even in the game. Usually we start off with the screen. I'll explain that in a second, but first, hello Ophelia, welcome to the stream. Facial, welcome to the stream. Cares, you too as well, welcome. Tissue, another silly chill, Billy chill, welcome. Said boy, hello, greetings to you. Hope everyone is having a great day. Congrats on 1K, thank you. Thank you. The Discord server is in the works. The Discord server, I can confirm, is in the works right now. I've started setting up ranks, or not, there's not going to be that many ranks to be quite frank. There's going to be channels for things, there's going to be general stuff, there's going to be Hoyoverses specific things, there's going to be spoiler chat room, or not spoiler chat rooms, spoiler, like, text rooms or whatever, chat rooms, whatever you want to call them. There's going to be a lot of stuff, so the Discord server is coming along. Earliest I can say it'll be available for joining. I don't know, probably sometime this week. Probably sometime this week. But tomorrow there's a video coming out. Kui, welcome to the stream. Hello, big 1K. King, thank you for coming and stopping by, telling me that. Tissue as well, yes, hello. It's called Channel, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, see, that's how you know how un-Discord friendly I am. I don't even know, I was like, yeah, what is it, a chat room? Or is it like some sort of dialogue place? It's like, oh, it's a channel. Ah, true. Yeah, I don't do Discord. So if I don't participate as much as you guys expect me to, I do apologize. I'll try my hardest, I swear. But hi, we're here. Today we're gonna start off, because today we're doing chapter 25X. We are doing chapter 25X in the game. I haven't launched the game yet, because we're literally gonna dedicate probably the first hour of the stream to which we're looking at videos. So we have to look at two summaries. I think people wanted me to look at. Obviously, I'm going to look at the Durandal summary, or the Durandal VN summary, as well as the anti-entropy summary, VN summary. I'm sure, and then I want to take a look at the 5.8 Hyperion Lounge. The Birth of Anti-Entropy is the title. Yeah, I've got those. I've got both the videos up. I've got the Durandal VN explained in 9 minutes, Honkai Impact lore, as well as the Birth of Anti-Entropy. I've got both of those up. We're gonna watch, and then the Hyperion Lounge. Paint the world. If you plan to watch Hyperion Lounge, turn off the subtitle until the trailer ends. Okay. Type in that redemption code. We're not even in the game. Does it have an expiration date? Because if it doesn't, then I'll type it in once we get into the game. But for now, we're just going to watch some videos. And we're going to start off with Durandal. 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 I'm assuming it's this video. Let's hope so. Let's hope it's this one. I'll claim the code later on, boys. 200 gemmies. Pfft. I'll get it. I'll get it. June 30th, 2.8. Do you mean 5.8? It's a 7-hour maintenance, that's fine. Should do AE first. Alright. Fair enough. We'll do AE first. If it makes the cohesiveness there, we'll do AE first. Alright. The Birth of Anti-Entropy VN summary. VN summary. Ready?
If you play Honkai
Oh god, that's loud.
long enough or invested in its lore, you probably recognize this man.
Yep, we all do.
Weld Young. He is the sovereign of anti-entropy, an organization based in North America who fought the Honkai. Unlike Jigsaw, which relied on Valkyries as its elite warriors, anti-entropy designed and built Honkai-powered mechs. Everybody knows that anti-entropy has a long history with Jigsaw, as they were once part of Jigsaw at least the general ideas. But not everyone knew exactly what happened back then and what turned this into this.
Mike,
So,
what's the point of saying might contain? No, this will contain.
how did this happen?
How did it happen?
How did an innocent young boy turn into the first Herrscher? And why? To understand this, we need to go back to the year 1952.
Quite far back.
It was the year where the first major Honkai eruption happened in Berlin. The disaster devastated the city and took the life of more than 300,000 victims and gave birth to the first Herrscher. The Herrscher was captured by Schicksal, and over the course of the next 3 years, Schicksal conducted countless experiments on him to study more about the Herrscher. By the end of autumn 1955, he was transferred to a Schicksal lab in London for additional inquiry. It was there that first Herrscher was given the name Welt by resident scientists Einstein and Tesla. Not long after Welt arrived in London, Einstein received a telegram message from Schrödinger at the Schicksal North American branch about a previous era ruins discovered under Yellowstone Lake. Together with Einstein, Tesla, and a Finn named Elias, who works as a lab assistant, Welt departs to the New World to check these previous era ruins that the North American branch discovered. During the ruin exploration, they stumbled upon the innermost part of the ruin, a strangely clean room with a strange message written on its ceiling. As they started to look for more clues, their team was split into two. One team would return to Europe to follow what the message had written, while the other would stay at North America to excavate the ruin. Due to Einstein's quick thinking, their team were able to trace the message and quickly found the remaining clues that is scattered around the United Kingdom, including a solium data that is found on a certain painting within the Royal Gallery.
Why does that painting look out of shot or like not like it was meant to be there?
The solium data contains two things. The first one is an audio visual of HA, the one who left the message, and the other one is an encrypted message that would take 4 whole weeks to decipher, even by using the help of Ada, the supercomputer from previous era. During the deciphering process, Welt and the others will be having a holiday. However, before they begin their holiday, Tesla decides to drag Welt into a cemetery to feed some cats.
What?
It was there Welt met the off-duty Rihanna. Schicksal is Valkyrie and the wielder of the Key of Creation, a beast flower. Oh,
who was that?
She also disintegrates Tesla's drone because she thought it was UFO. Nevertheless, Rihanna is forced to take responsibility as Tesla's personal lab assistant for a while.
It looks like all the other...
Meanwhile,
I don't want to, maybe, this is not an insult to Mihoyo, but they do not know how to vary their design when it comes to the Abyss Flower weapon users. Because didn't Cecilia use the Abyss Flower? And she's blonde, kind of. Was she blonde? She's just a kind of like this mother-like figure. And then it goes on to Durandal, and now we have Rena. It's like they all look identical.
As Tesla's personal lab assistant for a while.
Design is
Meanwhile,
not
at the Schicksal North American branch, Edison is conducting an experiment to convert Honkai energy into ordinary energy. She dubbed this project as the Moonlight Throne Project, or will be also known as
Cecilia's White.
Celine Project.
Honestly, I think you're right. Yeah, I know, they all look like mothers to me, though.
The team is at the end of their holiday.
They all look like mothers.
They decided to
end give off the same vibes.
They are going to spend the rest of their holiday at a seaside resort in the middle of winter to unwind and relieve their stress.
Is that important? The middle of winter?
During their stay, Welt met with various other characters such as Margaret, the resort owner, Fuhua, the Schicksal Valkyrie, and even Otto, the Schicksal Overseer himself. Walt didn't expect to meet Otto here, and they both have a small talk together. As it turns out, Otto wants to make Walt his successor, and stating that Walt has the potential to become the next Schicksal Overseer. But Walt doesn't believe anything Otto said because Otto is too full of himself and he cannot understand about Schicksal militaristic idea.
Here it comes.
As the team is about to leave the resort, Walt receives a gift left by Fuhua, a pepper spray.
Nice.
When the team returned to the lab, they got a report that the encrypted message inside the Solium has been successfully decrypted. The data revealed yet another trail to follow. It contained a message that read, "Follow the Freedom Trail.
Same.
Then visit Lexington in the midnight." With that said, the team flew back to North America to follow the Freedom Trail, and they found the recordings that were left by a previous era survivor about their gruesome defeat against the Honkai.
What's up,
But that's
Himiko?
not the only thing. They also found a message telling them the exact location of where the 9th Divine Key were hidden.
The 9?
The 9th Divine Key,
9?
Star of Eden.
9. Yeah,
So,
a 9. Gotcha.
After acquiring the 9th Divine Key,
9?
the team received news about an earthquake that happening in New York where Edison is located. This earthquake, however, is not your usual earthquake. It is radiating Honkai energy, similar to what happened in Berlin a few years ago. Upon hearing this omen of disaster, Walt, Tesla, and Einstein quickly departed to New York post-haste. On their way towards New York, they met Rihanna, who was just enjoying her holiday.
Is that
Upon hearing
Sabo?
the situation, she's combat ready and ready to assist the team.
Looks
on the
very much
journey.
like Sabo.
During their way to New York, they were relentlessly attacked by hordes of Honkai beasts. The attack became more and more frequent as they drew close to New York. So, before they entering New York, they took their time to rest and preparing some stuff. It was at that moment, Schrödinger appeared out of nowhere with a sign of Honkai mutation. Schrödinger arrived and accused Walt for being a Herrscher. She threatened to kill him. But before Schrödinger could do anything about Walt, a fight broke out between Einstein, who uses the 9th Divine Key, and Schrödinger. But psych, Schrödinger easily overpowered Einstein. Seeing this, Walt decided to assist Einstein on fighting Schrödinger. During this fight, Walt managed to control the Honkai energy within himself using his sheer will alone and became a fully awakened Herrscher who fought for humanity.
Yeah, cop.
Wait a minute. Where do I have seen it before? Anyway,
I feel like that joke only works if it actually happened before, right? I feel like that joke only happens if that joke only works if the thing that had happened before that you have seen before actually happened. No, fair enough. Whatever.
as a Herrscher, he managed to buy enough time for Rihanna, who's fending off Honkai Beast attack, to come and save Schrödinger using White Flower. After Rihanna successfully surprised Schrödinger mutation, Schrödinger explained about the incident and that her goal is to awaken Walt power and convince him to fight for humanity. Soon after the fight between Schrödinger and Walt ended, Tesla received a stray transmission, and turns out it was from Edison.
Oh,
Edison
that's
explained-
Edison? Oh, I was confused as to who that blonde guy and the blue-haired girl in the back of that scene was. Because you see them here in the back. I was like confused who these fuckers were. I was like, it's like just Bob and Joey or some shit like that. Who the fuck are these people? And that's Edison. Edison, aren't you like chiming in with anything? You just standing there? Jesus.
received a stray transmission. And turns out it was from Edison.
Yep.
Edison explained about the situation and that she herself is at her wit ends from fighting the Honkai. Using a borrowed power from someone from another dimension, Edison held a ball of Honkai energy equal to 20,000 TNT and sacrificed.
Oh, come on, dude.
Herself to save
Come
New
on.
York. When they arrived in New York, they
Really
found
powerful.
Elias, and he explained why Edison's experiment went haywire. The reason is because
Oh, Finn,
Elias
Yoakum's dad?
tampered
Oh,
with
okay.
her calculation. He didn't know that it would result in this catastrophe. He did this because of Otto's order, as Otto held Joachim, Elias' son, as hostage. Otto doesn't want the experiment to succeed, because if it is succeed, then they will be able to convert Honkai energy into ordinary energy, so there won't be Honkai no more. As Elias explained this, Otto takes off Reana's body and kills him because he talks too much. The reason why Otto is able to take off Reana's body is because her body is already modified using Soulium by Otto. Now, Otto is in the mood for a killing spree and about to yeet the rest, but Schrödinger tries to hold him back using the white flower. Long story short, we have an epic battle between Welt and Otto. I'm not going to tell you the details because I cannot do the story justice, so I suggest you read it yourself. The battles ended with Otto's defeat, and as a final resort, he's planning to bomb New York with his special nuke. Fortunately, Welt and Reana were able to stop it by creating a shield covering the entirety of New York. But the cost for this was steep. Welt has to use every ounce of his power left to do so. On that day, the child named Joachim lost everything. His father, his hero, his innocence, and even his childhood. Tesla's and Einstein's body is changed forever from the.
I don't feel like innocence is the right word. But hey, it is what it is. Schrödinger, Joachim, it's all cheated.
White flower power. Schrödinger went missing in the Sea of Quanta.
True.
North America branch declared independence from Schicksal and renamed themselves Anti-Entropy. Joachim inherited the power, the will, the ideals, and the name of his hero. He chose to tread the thorny path in the war against the Honkai. His journey has only just begun. That's the end of the video. If you enjoyed it, please leave a comment below because I'm planning to continue covering stuff like this in the future. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
I feel like I haven't learned anything that I didn't already know, though. Maybe it's like that battle that I think is important, right? The final battle that he said he wouldn't be able to do justice on, because I feel like I knew most of this stuff except for the minor details of like Schrödinger using Honkai or whatever. So let's go through this frame by frame here. So they do the investigation, then Joyce becomes a guy. He goes transferred to Einstein and Tesla. They go on a date or two here and there. Finn, whatnot. So they do an investigation. They find a painting. Schicksal is invented or whatever. They go on to feed kittens. They meet John d'Arc or Raina or whatever her name was. Schrodinger's doing some stuff. Project Selene. Otto appears, but then Joyce doesn't trust Otto. Chili pepper spray. There's some sort of expedition. Himiko dies. They find the ninth divine key, Eden, Star of Eden. Then another catastrophe. Reina comes in, bunch of that stuff. Schrodinger attacks. Einstein tries to stop. Einstein loses. Welt Joyce becomes the Herscher. This guy makes a reference to the Herscher of Thunder. They stop a shield. Wait, no, wait, was this? Reina saves some stuff. Schrodinger does a few more things. Edison is dying because she's holding 20 TNT or 20,000 TNTs from Minecraft. Otto kills a lot of people because he doesn't want the plan to succeed. Otto turns into Gilgamesh. Otto and Welt Joyce have a fight. Joycey boy dies, and then Joachim becomes a man and loses his innocence. Fair cop. Okay. Innocence was wrong word. Okay, let's also be honest. This is not a bad thing. English was not that strong, so I didn't understand every single word, but I got the general gist. I got the general gist of the video, to be quite frank. Fair enough. I think more, because I'm assuming there's manga panels on this, right? I'm gonna just assume there's manga panels on this bad boy. So, probably learn more in the manga. Oh, you know what? In the end, I might still play the VN or do the VN. I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about the VNs. I'll do something with the VNs. Also, Ferrari, welcome to the stream, and thanks. No, it's thank you for the 1,000 subs, because you guys are the subbers. So thank you, everyone. The final battle, they need to include these stories in Chronicles at least. I think it would be cool if they were in Chronicles. I think it would be really cool. One thing, Tesla and Einstein can't age. It was that said, because that's one of the things I probably didn't understand. So they can't age. Gotcha. So that's why they're still alive. Because the effect of the white flower used by Schrodinger. Okay. Okay, I think I just probably missed that just due to translation. So it's not that they're descendants. Yeah, okay. So they're not descendants of just previous Einsteins and Teslas. They are literally Einstein and Tesla, just they can't age. Okay. Oh, you know, that's interesting. I think I'm not gonna. Okay, like I don't know what the white flower is, to be quite frank. I probably will learn eventually, but if that's the power of the white flower to do something with aging and stopping time and whatnot, fair enough. I'm glad when I quickly stream, ads haven't popped up yet. Yeah, keyword is yet, Ferrari. Yet. I have no control over that in the future. Durandal VN. This is gonna explain the next chapter we're doing. We're doing chapter 25X today. Once we actually get into the game, because we haven't launched it. Once we get into there, this is what we're doing, so we're gonna watch this chapter to explain it. So, Durandal VN explained in 9 minutes. Honkai Impact lore.
You didn't.
Ready? Abyss flower equals dark abyss lands and the white flower lands. I see. Okay. Yeah, I hear you there. I see. Okay. I don't exactly know what those things are, but I know I can make very big assumptions and probably accurate ones. Abyss flower, like that tree that saves things, the dark one and the light one come together to make the big one. I get the idea. That makes sense now. That it is connected. I was wondering if it was connected to the abyss flower, but I didn't. Now that you confirmed it, it does make sense.
Read Durandal's VN. Don't worry, I got you.
Thank you.
The story covers the very first time Bianca and Rita are sent on a mission together. Many historical
Who the fuck is Bianca? Is Bianca Durandal? Wait.
Covers the very first time Bianca and Rita are sent on.
I didn't know Bianca was her name. Why isn't this like said more? Oh come on, you can't have a good name like that and not use it. Durandal, Bianca. Come on. Oh come on, dude. Bianca Atagina or Atagina. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'm just gonna say it's Atagina. Bianca. That's a good name. That's a good name.
On a mission together. Many historical figures make appearances, a certain scientist makes us question our sanity.
Nice.
However, we will get through this together. You can find the full novel linked below.
Mhm.
Without further ado, let's flash back to February 29th, 2012. Two recently acquainted Valkyries arrive on a refugee island after traveling through the Quantum Sea. They are A-rank Valkyrie Bianca Atagina, age 12, and A-rank Valkyrie Rita Rossweiss, age 16. They have been sent into the Quantum Sea to investigate an ether anchor point. An anchor point is a location on Earth where you can enter a bubble universe. It only appears at a set location at a specific date and time. Bianca and Rita wear a device called Genius. It helps them access bubble universes and allows them to return to the real world at any moment. The pair quickly meet Miguel de Cervantes.
Real quick, that's really funny. They have something called Genius. It's a bit presumptuous.
Author of the book Don Quixote. The trio plan to attack Leviathan that has been terrorizing the residents at the refugee.
It technically is a spoiler, Ophelia, but it's because we need this as context to 25x, so it's more so context feeling, not spoilering.
Camp. Before they can fight the beast, a submarine named the Caledonia tears the monster apart. Captain Shakespeare and her crew, called the King's Men, emerge and invite Bianca, Rita, and Miguel onto the submarine as an apology for killing their prey. The crew consists of William Shakespeare as the captain, Mala Saida Hura, the boatswain, James Watt, the engineer, and Iron Mask, the chief officer. Iron Mask chooses to hide her face. However, she has been an informant to Shakespeare, even providing information about Shixel and the existence of bubble universes.
This text is
Shakespeare
very weird.
takes the team to Gibraltar, where she shows them a Honkai
Gibraltar
wall in the Wall of Asgard, surrounding all of Europe. She shows them a sword that she found during an earthquake and requests Bianca's help to restore its power. The sword's name is Durandal. Upon being used, it will judge its master on 7 key characteristics represented by gems. Should the master not meet the qualifications, the sword will shatter and send the gems all around the world to various locations.
Oh
Shakespeare
shit,
is left
it's
with the
Thanos,
broken
dude.
sword. However, she was able to recover the red gem in the top of Africa. Upon holding the sword, Bianca is able to see the images of the geography where each stone lies. With 1 gem down, the team sets toward finding the remaining 6, starting in Alexandria. Having been paired together by Shakespeare, Bianca and Jimmy decide to take a tour of the Great Library for their 24-hour vacation. They meet the philosopher Thales to guide them around. However, Jimmy gets lost and is mysteriously drugged and carried away. Bianca summons the rest of the King's Men, who team up with the staff of the Great Library, who also serve as the governmental system for the city. The city is led by President Mary Shelley, Michelangelo, the curator, and Champollion, an archaeologist and detective. Jimmy awakens in a cell while a small girl watches over him. She introduces herself as Alice and informs him that she is a machine made by the professor. However, everyone else in the lab has died. She requests for Jimmy to help with her maintenance. Meanwhile, a search party discovers that Jimmy is being held in a secret underground lab owned by a man named Faust, a man exiled from society many years ago for attempting to build a supercomputer using human brains. Today, we know that is Alice. After an ungodly lengthy story told by Alice, Jimmy starts to develop romantic feelings toward her.
Of course he does.
Having understood the situation, Iron Mask reveals her face to be Erwin Rihanna Schrödinger. She explains that Alexandria has been using the gem.
Schrödinger? Why are you connected to everything? Who's Schrödinger?
Having understood the situation, Iron Mask reveals her face to be Erwin Rihanna Schrödinger. She explains that Alexandria has been using the Gem of Reason to operate the city and its numerous robots. Alice comes to learn that Faust has been using her to run a program designed to destroy Alexandria in revenge for being exiled. Schrödinger is able to stop the program and move the processes of the city from the Gem of Reason into Alice, thus solving their problem and regaining the gem for Durandal. Following these events, Jimmy decides to stay with Alice in Alexandria, and the remaining crew, including Champollion, set off. Oh, and now possessing the Gem of Reason, Durandal can speak, in which it uses to promptly start an antagonistic relationship with Bianca. Their next destination is the Yucatan Peninsula. On the way there, Schrödinger explains that she is also from Shixel and only landed in the Quantum Sea after an accident destabilized her physical body decades ago. After a run around with the locals, the crew meets Zarathustra on the Yucatan Peninsula. She's the leader of the Federation and welcomes them warmly. Long story short, she drugs them and exposes herself as the Serpent King and attempts to kill them. Luckily, everyone's favorite battle maid comes in to save the day and protect Bianca. On their way out, they meet Bertrand, a loopy dragon who claims Napoleon built the wall around Europe. He also happens to have the Gem of Domination stuck on his back, which the crew quickly claims. He says that Napoleon used the gem to create mindless...
Wait. Are these the gems that enable a Hersture? Are they collecting the gemstones like literally Infinity Stones, but they're the Hersture gemstones? Is that what's happening right now? Maybe that was said a while ago. I just maybe didn't hear it. those are these gems, right? Because that's... This is all happening rather quickly. I feel like this VN alone, you can make a generic RPG game. Absolutely, yes, no. So then they aren't. Yep, okay. Just using the same nomenclature, you know, same name. Using the same names, and it's not that helpful when you have the same name. They're Durandal's swords gem. Oh, that's true. They are going into Durandal, and then he could speak or some shit like that. Yeah, okay. You're absolutely right, yeah. I'm with you there now.
Followers to help him conquer Europe. Their next stop is South America, where they meet the General of the Republic, Roland Inca. She informs them of a tunnel connecting either side of the world called the Huaca Tunnel. It also houses the main fortress used by the Republic. Following her lead, the crew arrives at the fortress and finds the government of the Republic. Schrodinger explains the function of a device called Moonlight Throne. The device is able to convert Honkai energy into normal energy. Darwin, the Secretary of Defense, explains that the Huaca Tunnel is an alias for the Ether Anchor from a previous civilization, the reason that Rita and Bianca are here. A previous version of the Moonlight Throne had absorbed the energy around the anchor and caused the surrounding bubble universes to leak, thus bringing in many refugees. She explains that the most basic principle of Moonlight Throne is to convert Honkai energy into new negative entropy, or in layman's terms, use Honkai energy to create new countering energy. Moonlight Throne is able to take the data and recreate a person from said data. Hence, Darwin died as a child in her universe. However, using the data, think like DNA, the Moonlight Throne was able to recreate her in this world. This explains why so many characters from different time periods and backgrounds have arrived here. The Republic calls the reborn Star Whisperers. The next gem is held by one Kira Shigure. She agrees to lend the gem to the cause and chooses to act as the group's tour guide throughout the Republic. Bianca fangirls, having recognized her name from Snow Wolf Team. The crew is messaged by Sophia Henry Thoreau, the Speaker of the Republic and a proud owner of a pet groundhog. She holds 2 gems, however she requests that Bianca help save the world first by destroying the Wall of Asgard, which they will then cut off the infected part,
Oh, bro, it's Australia! Oh my god, let's go! I thought people didn't know we existed! Oh my god, acknowledgement! Let's fucking go! I thought the world didn't know that we existed. Look at this acknowledgement, dude! We're on the map! Oh, let's go. That's all I needed.
All of Europe and blast it into smithereens. She also directs them to Rapa Nui, the location.
Now let's backtrack a bit. Sorry, what happened there? Sorry, who blew what to smithereens?
The Wall of Asgard, which they will then cut off the infected part, i.e. all of Europe, and blast it into smithereens. She also.
I don't see anything wrong with that. Anyone see anything wrong with that? Just cut Europe off. Just cut Europe off. Blow it up. Hey, I don't write this shit. It makes sense. And the most obnoxious one, I'm not gonna lie. Makes sense.
Also directs them to Rapa Nui, the location of the last gem. The group meets Caravaggio and finds a crystallized woman being kept alive by the power of the gem. Bianca uses her Honkai resistance to not only recover the gem, but also free the woman. They return to Thoreau, who gives them the last of the 2 gems. Durandal accepts Bianca as its master and they execute the plan. However, after an unattached Europe is fired on with heavy artillery, a mysterious beast appears. The entity is fueled by Napoleon's will and aims to commandeer the anchor. Champollion is revealed to be the Star Whisperer of Napoleon, in which she sacrifices herself to quell the beast, since she's made up of the countering Moonlight Throne energy. Champollion has destroyed the beast, however the Honkai energy is still present, so Bianca must rise again to defeat it for good. Roland and Kira are attacked, wherein Roland becomes infected by the Honkai and Kira becomes a hot alien. She confesses that she fused with an alien named Nicholas after she lost consciousness after the second eruption, who then brought her to this world. Meanwhile, Roland made it back to the fortress, which is the home of the Ether Anchor, and has now killed Thoreau and Darwin. Roland has completely morphed into a new being, which calls itself La Nina. It is the culmination of the hive mind that seeks to control the anchor, which has already started eroding from the Honkai energy. In an effort to stop the beast, Bianca charges at her with Durandal. However, the sword is broken in the scuffle. But since Bianca is the master of the sword, she can call upon the power of the gems and wield the power without the physical entity of the sword. She fuses with the sword and becomes Diancora. Bianca is able to kill La Nina. However, during the time the two were fighting, La Nina attached herself to the anchor.
That's how it's doing it. I was so confused as to how this is going towards Diancora. Oh, okay, I got you now. Oh my fucking god, man. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go back a few seconds here and then have everything happen again.
The beast, Bianca charges at her with Durandal. However, the sword is broken in the scuffle. But since Bianca is the master of the sword, she can call upon the power of the gems and wield the power without the physical entity of the sword. She fuses with the sword and becomes Diancora. Bianca is able to kill La Nina. However, during the time the two were fighting, La Nina attached herself to the anchor. Now that she has perished, the anchor will continue to decay for the next 3 to 5 years, until it disappears completely, bringing the world with it. Schrodinger claims that the only way for the world to continue existing is if Bianca replaces La Nina as the core of the anchor. Thus, we have the bubble universe inside Bianca, so long as she's alive. And that about sums it up.
Did I just phase out for a few seconds there? What? I didn't understand a single thing that happened.
The only way for the world to continue existing is if Bianca replaces La Nina as the core of the anchor. Thus, we have the bubble universe inside Bianca, so long as she's alive.
What? What?
Bringing the world with it. Schrodinger claims that the only way for the world to continue existing is if Bianca replaces La Nina as the core of the anchor. Thus, we have the bubble universe inside Bianca, so long as she's alive. And
Why? Just so what if the world bubble? It's a bubble universe, isn't it? They're popping around universes. I don't know if there's any pros or cons to having the universe inside her, but I guess. Fair. If it doesn't hinder her, then okay, I guess. I just have a world inside me.
And that about sums it up. Some side notes are that both Bianca and Rita knew Ragna, Bianca via a visit at her orphanage and Rita having been saved by her. It is also shown that Himiko visited Bianca's orphanage. A flashback shows that Otto has requested that Rita ensure Bianca's success as a Valkyrie. He claims that one day she will understand all of the evil he has done and will need someone to turn to. He orders Rita to be that person, thus explaining how their close relationship came to be. If you're confused, don't worry. I know it's a lot to take in. Don't forget I've left the link to the full novel down below in the description. I've left out some characters that are relatively unimportant in the story and haven't been mentioned up to chapter 26. If you have any questions, drop them in the comments and I will.
Like, fair enough. She has many friends. The universe in their world, but Bianca puts the universe inside her to preserve it. She had many friends there, I guess. Yeah, it's absolutely fair enough. I was just like, what about if is it gonna put a toll on her? Because I wouldn't do it if that happened. Puts a toll on her. So that I was for the whole thing, I was wondering how the fuck is it gonna tie this into Dia and Korra? Because we know that Dia and Korra is the thumbnail for the chapter 25X. And I was in my mind, I was like, how are they gonna tie this in? Because Dia and Korra in the thumbnail looks like the current Bianca. Sorry, the current, yeah, I'm just gonna call her Bianca. It looks like the current Bianca just with the Dia and Korra armor. Was this Dia and Korra looks like a young Bianca with the Dia and Korra armor? So I was like, how are they gonna tie this into Dia and Korra? That's how, apparently. That's how. What is Durandal then? Well, it's just oh no, I do know what Durandal is. It's like a historical sword. Durandal oh, it's like a mythologic sword. History. Also spelled is the Sword of Roland, the legendary paladin. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, true. It's a legendary sword. It's kind of like Excalibur. I feel like anytime I think about Durandal, I'll just think of Excalibur or an equivalent. That was interesting. Okay, if that's going to give us context on it, I'm assuming what chapter 25X now is going to have some flashbacks to something, or it's going to be referencing the Durandal sword. It's going to be referencing something from this in a way. So that's probably why I needed this knowledge. that was interesting. A lot. I'm not going to say this first part was preamble, but yeah, I didn't catch a lot of these characters' names. I don't think I'm going to remember a lot of the characters. So they had the gems. They had to collect the Infinity Stones, and the Infinity Stones were the sword, the gems that went into Durandal to then give Bianca full control over Durandal, who then makes her Dia and Korra. Nice. Durandal, Dainsleif, Excalibur. Exactly. Durandal is unique in a way. She's the strongest Shixel Valk after all. Yeah, it makes sense. Everything makes sense. I'm confused anyway. I'm tying things in my mind together as to what goes where and what I can equate things to, essentially. Like, because it has a picture of the Durandal blade. I don't know if that's like canonical or if that's just fan made, but it has this picture of Durandal's. Where is it? This thing? And like, to me, I'm just gonna equate that to it's a sword instead of like a character. They put the gems in the sword, so I'm just connecting stuff in my mind. Very interesting. I'm keen to see what the actual chapter is about. Very keen, very keen. You can play the web event in Chrome. I don't know what web event that is. A Honkai web event? I don't know. I didn't even know there was one. Roland is the woman in the big metal suit. Oh, I already closed the tab. I think so. I don't know. A lot of characters, the stigmas. Okay. Is there anything I'm confused about? I don't think so. I feel like those gems put me off though. I thought the gem name, that's what put me off though. The gem name. Wait, is it this thing? We're watching that thing. I feel like they should have called it. I don't know if that's what they called in the VN, probably actually. But I feel like the naming the gems that go into Durandal essentially the same name as the gems that go into a Herstia, not a good move. Very confusing. I thought like Durandal. I had a small assumption in my mind that Durandal was just gonna have the same power of all the Herstias, and I was like, what? Was that? How does that even work, dude? But no, they're different gems. Fair enough. Boys, we're going to watch the Hyperion Lounge now. Hyperion Lounge is going to be watched next. I'll probably play through all the VNs at a very much later date. I think when I have absolutely nothing else to do, I'll probably play through all the VNs or read through all the VNs in some way. I'm not sure how that works, but I'll do it. Very much later on. Don't expect it anytime soon. Durandal's desired gems share too uncomfortable amount of similarity to Gnosis, leading to a commonly mentioned theory of how Celestia is the ether anchor for Teyvat. So let me read that again. Durandal's desired gems share too uncomfortable amount of similarities to Gnosis, leading to a commonly mentioned theory of how Celestia is the ether anchor for Teyvat. I guess that's still all up to speculation, right? But I guess if it's like a super... Is it? I wouldn't say so. Maybe, but I'm going to say that the Gnosis are a bit more fleshed out in a way. I'm going to say the Gnosis are a bit more fleshed out. Anyway. Oops.
Hi, Captains, and welcome to the
Oh, there we go.
Hyperion Lounge.
Nice to see you all again. It sure has been a while.
It hasn't been that long. I think you're just tired of waiting and really looking forward to what's in store with the new version.
Without a doubt, I cleared all the stages in the last Elysian Realm update in one sitting. I can't wait to see what will happen next. Plus, I'm super excited for a certain character's debut.
Which
You mean
character?
Bricio?
I don't even know.
Yep, ever since I learned
Oh, yeah,
she
turn
was
off subs,
coming,
true, sorry.
I've been dying to see her in game.
No, my bad.
She's a cute artist that reminds me of the talented singer Eden. She sounds like an interesting character with plenty of background.
Now I see what you're excited about. I'm sure everyone is dying to learn more, so let's check out some of the new game content in this update.
Oh, we've already seen this. Bit spoilery, if I'm being honest. Does it spoil a major plot point? I don't think so.
これを見ると彼女の様子、笑顔、すべての人への愛を思い出せる。
Because we've already seen this thing. I know that. Watched it the other day.
いらっしゃい、可愛いお客さん。君たちの前にいるのは100年に1人の天才、今世紀で最も偉大な魔術師。
It's Grissio. Grissiasio.
人たちは星になって私を守ってくれてるってアポニアお母さんが言ってた。
Aponia Mama. Aponia Mama.
そんなの嫌。私もみんなと一緒に自分
Here comes the music.
を持ちたいの。
They can't miss on the music, dude.
この絵の具ちゃんと受け取ってね。
The music is too good.
F で私に服従しなさい。
Is the new update
Like-
a big
How do you never miss when making a song? How does that happen? How do you become a company that doesn't know how to make a bad song or a bad musical piece? How does that happen? It's plain bullshit that the Hoyoverse just somehow found a guy who now runs the Hoyo Mix, and the guy who runs the Hoyo Mix doesn't know what bad music is. How does that happen? How does that happen? Nobody fucking knows. It's actual bullshit to every other company.
one? Don't worry, there'll be way more than enough to keep you busy.
Yes, Vil V, the great magician, is finally about to begin her performance. And here comes Grissio, everyone's favorite.
That's right. Grissio is one of the 13 flame chasers. She ranks number 11, and her signet is stars. What impression did she give you at first?
Child.
I love the minimalist design.
Fake
It's a
lung
simple
down.
look that perfectly
True.
highlights a young girl's
Actually
innocence.
true.
Yep, Grissio's style is different from the other flame chasers. She wears a simple white dress that reflects her personality, pure and unadorned, like a blank piece of paper. Speaking of her dress, notice anything that stands out?
No.
What do you mean? Oh,
Oh.
I know. The paint.
Yep.
That's kind of a
When
nice
she
touch.
gets busy with a painting, some paint is bound to end
Yeah,
up on her
those are some
clothes.
nice touches. The painting.
Sounds true to life.
That's right. It makes her feel more realistic and authentic.
Why is
And
the phone
when you look at her background, there's something else that stands out. Much like a plain piece of paper, when she builds bonds with others, she takes on their colors, reflecting those bonds.
Good catch. In the Elysian Realm story, Grissio has been spoiled by everyone around her. She's a good kid, but gets tangled up in everyone else's affairs.
Now, I want to know who Grissio looks up to and what sort of upbringing she's had.
You'll have to play the game to find out.
Damn straight,
All
you
in
play
all,
the game to find
Grissio
out.
is cute as a button and
Play the
quiet as the
game.
night sky. Painting is her language, and she uses her paintbrush to express her understanding of the world and everyone around her.
She's an
she
artist.
can't even fight without a paintbrush in her hand.
Slap him with a
Speaking
hand.
of battle, I think most captains must be wondering how she handles herself in a fight. I thought maybe Grissio would make her paintbrush huge to smash her enemies.
That would be cool. That would have been cool.
Sounds more like Kiana. Let's check out Grissio on the battlefield.
Oh, there's gonna be some epic music,
As you
isn't
can
there?
see, Grissio is a Psi-type SP melee fighter, providing physical support and able to apply the bleed debuff.
Physical
She
support.
wields a cross
Bleed.
and attacks by splashing paint and fighting side by side with Mr. Knight.
What a gifted artist. She painted Mr. Knight alive to lend a hand. But young Grissio can hold her own in battle too. So how does she use paint?
First, Grissio's basic attack comes in different colors. When hitting a target by
Oh.
tapping Ultimate, the color will change. Landing attacks of different colors grants corresponding buffs. There are 3 colors. Red increases physical damage dealt to unshielded enemies or enemies whose shields have been broken. Yellow increases total damage dealt to bleeding enemies, and blue increases bleed damage dealt.
Since Grisio attacks
Wait, that's actually a lot of depth right there. What is her type? Physical. That is a lot of depth right there. So you have 3 different colors that you can use. God knows how you switch between them. And then each color, if you get 3 of them and you use a combo, it does a different effect. That's quite deep. That's quite deep. Yeah.
She's always thinking of the best way to use colors.
Oh, her
right.
type, yeah, true.
Grissio's
Fizz,
ultimate
PSY,
also comes down to
PSYS.
colors.
That one.
She'll have
my bad.
5 colors at her disposal.
Oh, 5.
And unfold a huge canvas,
Huh?
dealing AoE damage for a time to enemies. If she exits during this time, all of her color buffs will be transferred to the next deployed Valkyrie.
Grisio's ultimate is like a
Oh.
painting done in one single stroke. Oh, right. I also want to talk about another detail I saw.
That's
When
quite good.
Grisio is attacked, Mr. Knight will hold her up so that she won't fall. What a gentleman!
Oh, that's a
If I was-
nice touch. That's a nice touch, dude. That little part where the robot guy grabs her as she's about, like, if she knocks
when
back.
Grisio is attacked, Mr. Knight will hold her up so that she won't fall.
Look at that! You see that? Oh, that's attention to detail. That right there is attention to detail. Have you seen Mobius skin? If it's in this trailer, or if it's in this Hyperion Lounge, yeah, so I'll see it. If it's not, then I probably won't see it.
Oh, what a gentleman!
I like that.
If I were there, I'd make sure Grisio doesn't get hurt fighting alongside Mr.
Bro,
Knight.
how do you have this much attention to detail?
Keep
Bruh.
her safe.
This update also features new weapons and stigmata.
Oh, she uses a cross?
I want to first introduce the new cross weapon, Elysian Astra
That
and
looks cool.
Pre-Elysian Astra.
I'm not a fan of the cross weapons, but that looks really cool.
Heart's color.
That looks actually really, really cool.
Those are some
Oh,
fancy
surprise. There's a surprise reward, boys. Paint the world.
weapons. Were those colors painted by Grisio? She is a talented artist after all.
Could be, but you'll have to play to find out. Also making a debut is the new Stigma set, Cezanne.
Oh,
Oh, hello.
Cezanne, a forerunner of modern art and a master of color. That makes this a good fit for Grisio's fighting style.
True.
Yeah, a perfect match. In addition, a new Divine Key is also on its way.
It'll be Herrscher of Thunder's new weapon. 7 Thunders of Retribution
Oh, that looks
Rumble.
fucking sick. That looks fucking cool. That is to be quite frank, it's just the Mistsplitter reforged. I'm absolutely honest with you. But it looks really cool. 7 Thunders of Retribution and Narukami. Narukami? That's in Genshin Impact. Oh my god. Honkai's copying Genshin? Oh my god. What?
And its pre-arm, 7 Thunders of Retribution Narukami.
Thunders over Nagazora will redefine the glory of Herrscher of Thunder.
Why
After
does it look
Herrscher-
so... Oh, I would make it a bit longer. That doesn't look right. Visually, that doesn't look right. I think it's because it looks a bit more like a sword instead of like a katana. I don't know why that doesn't look right to me. I don't know.
Thunder equips 7 Thunders of Retribution. The weapon active will unleash an X-shaped slash and multiple slashes after that, dealing lightning damage.
Oh!
When used in burst mode, the slashes will come from Kurakara instead. After unleashing
does
an
that work?
ultimate finisher, Kurakara will stay on the battlefield to perform Bombard.
That sounds so awesome!
What the fuck? Who's that? What is that? The dragon got a sword!
An ultimate finisher, Kurakara will stay on the battlefield to perform Bombard.
Excuse me? That's cool. That is cool.
Sounds so awesome!
Version 5.8 also launches a special enhancement event for 7 Thunders of Retribution.
And then, what is... Bro, and the dragon stays on, bro, and that's all with the Divine Key. That's all with the Divine Key. That's so cool. The Divine Key just makes the character, I don't know, better? I'm assuming better. That's so cool.
You'll be able to complete missions
I want it now. I want Herrscher of Thunder and the weapon.
to obtain SC Metal H2, crystals, and more. Don't miss out if you're looking to quickly enhance the new Divine Key. During Elysium Everlasting's previous chapter, plenty of unbelievable accidents had occurred. They shattered the original piece and left a treacherous air in its place. In Chapter 30, big changes are sure to come, and the Flame Chasers will all react differently. Not only will we get a glimpse of their past memories, but we'll also get some insight on their current choices. May will team up with everyone to reveal what's been going on behind the scenes. Chapter 30 will be longer than Chapter 29.
And that means more excitement too.
Bro, is that... Why is that? Why I've never heard anyone put the story like that. Chapter 30 will be longer than Chapter 29. It's like, is that something? Is that a selling point these days?
Ew, I can't wait to play it.
Be patient and stay tuned. Other than the new story plot, the new story open world will also be released. This time, the story focuses on the amusement park in Elysium Everlasting. New treasure chests and traps on the map await your discovery. You can also obtain shiny coins, which can be used in the event shop to exchange for crystals, Stigma Aponia, Perdition Top.
Oh, my heart rate rose for a second. I was like, oh, wait, is that, are we just getting a free Aponia for a sec? I was like actually thinking in my mind, they just gave away Aponia for some reason. Oh my god, in my mind, oh god damn, don't ever do that again. Don't ever put the picture of, oh, fuck you guys. I was like, oh, a free Aponia? And no, it's a T Stigmata.
Starry Impression Fragments, and more.
Speaking of the amusement park, what new features will be added?
There'll definitely be some new features to look forward to.
Thanks.
First, the Covenant Signet will be added to weapon cards. Compared with normal Signet cards, the Covenant Signet provides more powerful buffs that make battling easier.
Oh.
Elysium Everlasting will also bring a new challenge mode. When you have Persona cards that match corresponding stages, you can unlock trial stages. The new feature also has a ranking system. Try and best these trials if you love a challenge.
That's all for the
I
story
love a
update.
challenge.
Anything else new in the Elysian realm?
Oh.
First, the new character Grisio will be joining us.
Here it comes.
That'll be quite a surprise. You'll also see Fervent Tempo Delta in the Elysian realm.
Awesome! I've been
Molotov
looking
cherry.
forward to seeing more familiar faces. So I'm happy to hear it.
Make sure to stay tuned for future version updates. I also have another secret. More and more old characters will be joining the Elysian realm. So the new character reveal was just the beginning. This version update also features Nexus and enhanced signets of stars and discipline. Captains
Oh. That wasn't a thing? They didn't have their second Nexuses and enhanced signets added? Oh. So that means, oh, will I unlock Elysian Realm Chapter 3 and these two by the time that this comes out? Maybe. Okay, fair cop.
will have more tactical options in Elysian Realm challenges. The new featured card event is the Journey of Painting Stars. Our young painter will meet many people during this event. Fortunately, they'll choose to team up with Grisio in battle.
You can never have enough friends. So how will the young Grisio begin her adventure?
When version 5.7 started to feature weapon cards, you said you wanted an event where you could play cards, right? Well, now you can. The first part of the event will be collecting cards. By completing story battles and shop recruitment, you can collect card partners called painting cards. Meanwhile, you can also collect various card upgrades throughout your journey. In this way, you can keep boosting the power of your card partners.
Got it. Recruit partners, upgrade partners, and form a lineup to start battle.
Yes, but this event will feature elements of strategy as well. Before the battle begins, you can select the lineup and change the position sequence on the prep screen. Give full play to the advantages of different partners and win battles with ease. In addition to an auto-cast basic attack and passive skill, each card partner boasts a powerful ultimate. During the battle, you can cast ultimate to quickly defeat opponents.
Oh, come
Awesome.
on!
That's good news for card lovers. What are the rewards for playing cards?
This is so
I
cool!
knew you'd ask. Playing cards can earn you crystals and material options.
Well, who's that skin?
In addition, you may receive Luna Kindred's new outfit.
Luna
Before
Kindred!
the dawn.
Wow, Luna Kindred's new outfit. It's not common to see Teresa dressed like a hacker.
Oh, that looks
Her
cool!
outfit full of fashionable cyberpunk elements.
Oh my god, dude! Yo, let's really quickly go back to that event. That is... bro. It's a... Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Plus Pokemon actually true. A card collector, essentially, and then you put them into an arena and they fight! That is cool! And then, yeah, back to the skin.
It's a real
Thank God I unlocked Luna Kindred, to be absolutely honest with you. Thank God I unlocked her recently, so I'll be able to use this skin.
must-have.
Well, if you like that, you are in for a treat.
Am I?
Because here comes one more.
Whoa!
Herrscher of Thunder's new outfit.
There it is.
Haunted Dusk. Looks like it belongs on a digital...
Oh, see, the sword fits a bit more with this skin. I'm not saying it 100%, but the color scheme fits a lot more with the edge of this one. I think that's why I think it doesn't fit with the other one.
age hunter in a cyberpunk city.
Wow. Let's take a closer
Yo, that shoulder thing right there, the holographic shoulder pad. Oh, dude. Dude. Bonking intensifies. Dude, it does intensify. It techno-intensifies. Honkai is like a game house. They have a hack and slash turn-based card game, open world tower defense. Literally, name every genre of game under the sun. Honkai has it in some format.
look. This outfit looks like it contains street elements. I see the spray can on her waist and the street art patterns on her clothes.
Oh my god, Kurikara!
So much to take in. Where can I get this super cool outfit?
Bruh.
You'll be able to get...
Bruh, this game's just built different sometimes. Look at her! Oh, and also she's wearing a ponytail. Oh, I need this skin. How do I get the skin? How do I get this? Even though I don't have the character, how do I get the skin? Listen, I need ponytail characters in my party. That's all I'm saying. I need characters wearing ponytails in my party right now. I have part of Fellus's one. I have Durandal's. And I want Herrscher of Thunder's. Through wallet? Fuck, man!
Let's
Fuck.
take a closer look.
Shit, I don't
This
have a
outfit
wallet!
looks like it contains
I don't
street
have a
elements.
wallet!
I see the spray can on her waist.
God damn
and
it!
the street art patterns on her clothes.
I don't have a wallet.
So much to take in. Where can I get this super cool outfit?
You'll
here it
be able
comes.
to get it from Homu's treasury.
Fuck!
So stay tuned.
Shit!
And to top it all off, there will be a top-up bonuses event in version 5.8.
Let's have a look. The Top Up Bonuses event grants rank up stamps for Herrscher of Thunder and Dia Ankara. You won't want to miss out if you're looking to rank these two up.
Yeah, thanks.
Based on Captain's feedback, we also updated the starter system.
The
Oh.
changes will allow new captains.
Oh, they updated the starter event. After 5.8, new captains who log into the game can play starter events to receive the following. Supply cards? What? What? You can't just give them Fallen Rosemary. Oh, come on, Nick. No. You can't just give them Ah, dude. Oh, that's depressing. Oh, dude. Oh, no, fair enough. That's fair enough. That's it. You know, Herrscher of Void, fair enough. Supply cards, Fallen Rosemary, fair enough. And also weapon choice. I don't know what these two are, but I know that's Fallen Rosemary's weapon. And you get these three. What? Hacksaw Buddy? Astrologos? Fischl? This is a fucking scam. My account is still starter or not? I don't think so. I think by the time 5.8 comes out, it won't be starter anymore. Tell me, when does 5.8 come out? I need this information right now. When does 5.8 come out? Because maybe I can still get it. Maybe I can still get it. Who knows? Who knows? In a week, I still may be a starter. I may be able to scam them. Let's go. Maybe I can scam them. I think I'm still considered a starter character or a starter player. Oh my god, I could be scamming Mihoyo instead of Mihoyo scamming me! Nope, only when you start after 5.8. I think I'm gonna literally not gonna listen to you, Hui. I think you're wrong. I'm gonna scam Mihoyo. That's my plan. I'll scam them.
To have a better gaming experience early on.
Honestly, I do want to say that this, like, unironically, this is actually a really nice system. Like, they're redoing kind of the starter luck thing, or not luck, rather. They're redoing the starter experience. It's like redoing the campaign slightly at the start, as well as giving you some pretty high quality characters very early on. Very good. As like unironically and unsarcastically, very good. Fallen Rosemary, great character. Herstra Void, pretty good. Though I think Herstra Void can, like, if you're starting the game and not wanting spoilers, Herstra of the Void is a bad one to give you. Fair enough. And then the SP characters are all like non-canonical characters, so they make sense. And then all the weapons, materials, SP cards. This is a great thing in general for the game in terms of getting into it. So I'm like, if I don't get it, fair enough. But this is really good for the game.
Before we go, the Honkai Impact 3rd 2022 Anime Expo and Japan Expo are almost here. We will be in Los Angeles for the Anime Expo from the 1st to the 4th of July, and in Paris for the Japan Expo from the 14th to the 17th of July. Please follow our official social media accounts for more details. Well, that's all for now. Happy gaming, Captains.
Catch
See you
you
next time.
Bye-bye.
Nice. Like, listen, this is such a cool thing. They need a... These two, I don't know who these two, like, voiceover characters or VAs are, but they're really good at their job. They have a pre-written script, and they don't care if it sounds monotonous because they have quippy jokes inside there. 5.8 looks to be great. You should pick Fallen Rosemary. Here's the thing, I'm not even sure if it happens. If I do get the bonuses, if I'm just considered a starter character and I get those few juicy rewards there, I'll pick a character that I like. I'll pick Fallen Rosemary. Why not? But probably not. I don't think it works like that. What is there? I really do like the design of the cross. I'm just gonna go through this, just the stuff that I like. The cross looks amazing, especially the pre-arm, obviously, but they both look amazing. Then you have who is this again? Someone. Zorv? Lucifer? I don't know. And you have the sword. The sword's interaction with Herstra of Thunder was sick. I don't think anyone can say otherwise. Honestly, that looks so cool. It looks like it'll be high value as well. Like, the whole... You do a different attack, because usually you do like that like weird kind of like judgment kind of slash, but now you do a bit more of a like rapid fire slash.
After Herstra of Thunder equips 7 Thunders of Retribution, the weapon active will unleash an X-shaped slash, and multiple slashes after that.
Yeah, that's fucking sick. And then Kurikara staying on the field after you cast the burst, and he then has the sword in his mouth, dude. Oh, that's fucking sick. Honestly, I've got no take on this right now. I'm not even there, so we skip it. I'm assuming like if you do everything in 5.8, you'll be able to get a full Griseo, so I'm not going to worry about that. That's chapter 30 stuff. Fervent Tempo and Griseo being added, and then their things, Journey of Stars. This event looks fucking cool. This event is so cool. You collect cards, you can level up the cards, you do some other stuff with the cards, put them in a different lineup: Purple Iris, Piper, Shepherd, Haywagon, Courtier, Raven, and then you set them to go fight. Oh, it's so cool. And then Lunar Kindred skin, and then the stuff at the end, which was this new starter stuff. Wow, 10 out of 10. Reactor 5.9. I don't think I'm going to react to 5.9. I don't think I want to, because it's 5.9. 5.8 isn't even out yet, so I think when the 5.9 Hyperion Lounge comes out, that's when we'll take a look at it. But for now, I think because 5.8 isn't even out yet, there's no real point to look into the future, right? Wallet Kun already nervous? Oh, you do, fair enough. Look at the new Mobius summer outfit. Where is that? Is that in 5.9? I'm going to leave the 5.9 stuff for when 5.9's Hyperion Lounge is. There's no point in looking at it early for me. At least personally, I don't really have a point in doing it. Save the experience, boys. You gotta save the experience. You know what I mean? I got base 40-piece puzzle Grisaio in 2 days. And I only did a third of the event. Fair enough, Wind Valley. I don't know how you did that, but fair enough. If that's how it works, then fair enough. I'm looking forward to trying out Grisaio. Don't recommend. I'm suffering because I accidentally saw it. Listen, that's the tough thing about following a lot of things on Twitter. It's a tough thing if you follow a lot of Honkai on Twitter and social media. You're just bound to see some spoilers. You're bound to see spoilers. It is what it is. That's why I stopped following Genshin stuff and Honkai stuff on Twitter in general. I can't be asked to deal with the spoilers. Windows noise incoming in 3, 2, 1. Don't even feel bad. It's easy to farm. Okay, Honkai just uploaded the Mobius skin showcase. Nice. Just let the global players follow global version pace. Absolutely. I'm on Chinese server. Oh, okay. So Chinese server gets stuff about a week early. Also, I'm assuming. That's fair enough. I think the only advantage of looking into 5.9 is to know if you're going to save crystals. And that, yeah, Michael, you're absolutely right on that one. If you're a person who wants to determine if they want to save crystals, looking into the future patches is definitely something that you do, or like I would recommend you do. But if you're kind of not fussed about characters and whatnot, not looking to min-max and all that stuff, I'm chilling, I'm cruising. Please watch the skin showcase. Pissed, I'm not gonna watch this thing because it's 5.9. Just gonna watch it when they showcase it in the 5.9 Hyperion Lounge. I prefer to look at the new stuff so I can spend my crystals better. Absolutely fair enough, Zeke. Absolutely fair enough. We're in the game, boys. We can all hear the noise of the game. Actually, it's just a black screen. Not anymore. Nice. There I am. There I am. Do. Here we are. Grisaio looking as good. And then we get SP cards. There's nowhere to spend these things. Can anyone educate me really quickly? Where the fuck do I spend these SP supply cards? Or is there just no SP character in the game right now? What is this? Oh, it just took me to the Hyperion Lounge. What the fuck is that? What are you doing today? We're doing chapter 25X in just a second here. What was the code? Paint the world? If it's not available, I don't care, really. Cool. Nice. Nice! It's for the SP, so it's when SP gacha comes out. Okay. I thought, okay, so SP banners aren't constantly in play. Interesting. See, I was confused. The reason I was confused is because this says SP supply here. I hope I'm in the way, but it says SP supply, right? That's why I was just slightly confused, because I was like, wait, what is this? Is it SP? But I guess it's like different formats. I don't fucking know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I probably won't spend them on Grisaio if we're going to get like a free version of her essentially through the game. No real point. No real point. Oh, good. Alright, we'll do the chapter in just a second. We got context on chapter 25X. We'll do it in uno momento, as they say. Bum 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 bum. Because you could obviously save them. And I'm not that invested into Grisaio's appearance or like aesthetic, so I don't think I'll want to get her up, because my Eden is almost triple S. I don't know if you guys know that. My Eden is very close to triple S. Let's not ask why or how. This is information you guys do not need to know. All we need to know is that it's almost there. So I'm kind of invested in the character. I don't know if you guys can tell. Kind of invested. But I don't think I'm as invested into Griseo, like, aesthetically. I don't think I am. Sim Battle is that there. Hero event. Oh. Cool. Look at this. Look at this woman. Where is she? How do I get to it? Look at that. Look at that. She's so close. And by so close, I mean that's 200 fragments away. But come on, boys. That's super close. Super close. I don't even know what she gets at Triple S. I don't even know what she gets. What do you get at Triple S? More paralysis trauma. Paralyzed trauma. And then... combo attacks, lightning damage. For everyone, apparently, I think. And then... What else? What else? Where's the power? Oops, I clicked the wrong button. Come on, what else? What else? What else? So then we get this enemies paralyzed by take 10% more damage. And then, nothing else, but still. Well, free Triple S, dude. You're into older women? I won't deny it. I won't deny it. There may be some of that. I want to start a new Genshin account next year, and they give better give out free characters. Starter campaign. Who cares? Let's hope so. But you can never guarantee anything. Smart players save up all their dorm cards, etc., for spending event. That's actually a smart thing, isn't it? Saving up the dorm cards for the spending event. That's a smart move. Seeing both Alicia skin and Mobius skin, the generous will rise from the grave. Fair cop. What are they? Oh god. You said degenerates. Oh god, those skins are sus, aren't they? The skins are very sus, aren't they? Oh no. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the chapter. Immortal Blades. Let's start it up. How many chapters we... Oh, it's very short. Only 9 stages. Very short. Okay. Who's ready for a bit of story? SSSing Eden will also give a nice flex. Honestly, being able to get a Triple S character within about 2 months of playing the game would be a massive flex. That would be a massive flex in my eyes. Summer skins. Okay. I see. Summer skins. Yeah, those can be quite sus, if you will. Let's start the chapter, ladies and gentlemen. What is this? Chapter 25X. Dia and Cora, we watch the VN, we have a bit of summary, use a team of 3 or fewer members, no death, take no more than 30 hits. We must use Dia and Cora. Okay, so we'll get a bit of practice with Mrs. Dia. We'll get a bit of practice. I'm excited to actually use her. A 5.9, I hope censorship, no censorship, I hope, honestly, to be quite frank, not that I'm into that, but I also, the concept of censorship annoys me. I also hope there is no censorship. Alicia's skin is free. Honestly, Michael, now you've convinced me to get Alicia. If her skin is free, get me in there. Get me in to Alicia. No, I just get me that skin. I'm in for it. To be quite frank though, I'm not really vibing with Alicia's personality though, so not really vibing with it. Character's kind of a sus in general. Let's enter RP mode really quickly. RP mode activating. Haven't read since yesterday. This is quite the strong starting line. I just want to make sure I'm not covering the text. This is quite the starting bit of dialogue. So let's all kind of follow along together. It birthed all creation. That's kind of a strong start. That's a very strong start. I'm with you there, game. It birthed all creation. This much you should understand. I am the origin of all things. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. And I'm the destroyer of all things. 6 a.m. The girl finished her warm-up, turned off her personal fitness training device. The device had been created nearly half a century prior, originally designed for astronauts. It included an air pressurization system that could simulate a low-gravity environment. Some years later, at Valkyrie HQ, a Valkyrie at HQ pulled this aging but unusually durable device out of storage. Ah, you need to read the rest of the sentence for it to make sense. And began to use it in the morning exercises. That Valkyrie's name was Ragnar Lodbrok. She was one of the reasons the girl chose to become a Valkyrie. 1358 Looks good. Looks good, boys. Looks good. That amount of meters feeling good today. While I'm at it, I might as well get some tactical training in. Right, the one thing I'll say about Honkai, there's no zoom in feature mid-level. That is actual sus. No zoom in feature. Oh, we get a... Oh, it's like a... Oh, you have like a bit of a tutorial. Now you may be wondering why I'm very puzzled. I didn't put too much thought into when I was playing her in the test run. She literally does feel like Sonic when he goes into supersonic mode. It actually just does feel like that. The way that she puts the armor on actually just feels like supersonic. Jumps up into the air, boom, gold mode. Very Sonic. Her tactical training complete, the girl entered the simulated environment generated by Sumeru. Who the fuck's Sumeru? And capped off her morning exercise with some meditation. And today, her meditation was accompanied by Divine Key Abyss Flower. This powerful weapon, reserved for the strongest of Valkyries, had been given to the girl 3 years earlier by the Overseer himself. Sorry. She had broken multiple records and became the youngest Valkyrie in history to reach A and S rank. Gradually, she became the most trusted second in command on the battlefield. Yet in heart, the girl had a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. The uneasiness wasn't about the lifestyle she lived. She understood well that from the moment she joined the Valkyries, she would live a certain kind of life. She would carry the fate of masses on her shoulders and fight tirelessly for all that is good. She would spill her blood without hesitation. The girl had accepted all of this. You should even say she learned to thrive in dangerous situations. But the older she got, the more she had to face an uncomfortable realization. No matter what values you hold, sometimes you have to make trade-offs. That is to say, when it comes to bearing responsibility and fulfilling one's duty, sometimes one must take priority over the other. And for the girl in particular, it seemed that everything she had experienced had been planned out by the Overseer. From her journey to the Sea of Quanta to encounter with the Pioneers, all of it was ordered by the Overseer. There it is, referencing the VN. Okay. Like Krishna guiding Arjuna into the Mahabharata, he seemingly molded her life with his own hands. The girl was not sure that she could accept such a life. Even though Arjuna was a hero whose name was known by all, and despite the fact that until now she had never felt dissatisfied with her life. Bianca. I've returned. A familiar yet unexpected voice shattered the silence of her meditation. It's a quick clothing change. Good morning, Overseer. Huh? You don't seem surprised at all. Not sure that I came back and not surprised that I called you by your old name. You know what? This is a bit of a time skip from when we last saw them, to be absolutely honest with you. So this kind of does make sense. Why would I be surprised about something so trivial? Let's get down to business. Do you have a new mission for me? Rita and Amber must have given you a report on recent events, even though technically you're a missing person. Your no-nonsense attitude reminds me of the Bianca who had not yet become Durandal. Always so serious, I really can't picture you as a little girl. I've always been this way, whether I'm quiet or talkative, whether I show emotion or not. How is that relevant to anything? In theory, you're right, but the impressions you make on people also matter. You might want to approach this next mission with a different attitude, because you finally have a chance to live up to the name Durandal, or Durandal. Get ready in half an hour, you'll assist me with an experiment which will attempt to link the bubble universe to the imaginary tree. The Overseer laughed and then abruptly turned and briskly walked away. This was typical for the free-spirited Otto. He was in a habit of casually dropping big news like that. The girl... Oh god. The girl had believed that completing the mission she undertook at age 12 might take her whole life. After all, returning the bubble universe into the Sea of Quanta to the imaginary tree was no easy task. The world was born from the imaginary tree, flourished with it, and finally disappeared back into the Sea of Quanta. This was the law of nature. But 3 years ago, things began to change. The Overseer announced the findings of his research on the imaginary tree to the girl and her adjutant. From the Overseer's perspective, the girl's personal goals could be subsumed into his master plan. Then 2 years ago, on the autumn day, not too different than the day, the girl assisted the Overseer in seizing the second divine key. During the experiment, they encountered a Project Veluca enforcer from the previous era. Ever since, the Overseer has been making rapid progress with his master plan, but even so, the girl never imagined that things would happen this quickly. She remembered their trip to the Sea of Quanta as if it was just yesterday. Shakespeare, Miguel, Jimmy, and so many other interesting people, she wondered how their lives were in that other world. Dr. Schrodinger and Shigeru Kira were still wandering somewhere into the Sea of Quanta. And what about the mysterious blade called Durandal? The Overseer creating a link between the bubble universe and the imaginary tree was her only hope to save them all. And she might even be able to discover a new way for humanity to escape the Honkai. For the past few years, the girl had tucked thoughts of this lifelong dream into the corner of her mind. She never once thought the chance to fulfill her destiny would come this soon, and this suddenly, the Overseer was right. She should have a different attitude when facing this extremely important job. Fair enough. A seamless transition to chapters, I love that. That's something that they're doing really good. Just going from stage to stage without really trying to go through a menu is really good. Project Veluca is also in the second key manga. I gotcha. Manga context here. So I got the VN context. I had that for a bit of context on what they're talking about. But the context of the minor details of this whole... a bit of the timeline currently is also in the second key manga. So I'll understand all that once we read the actual manga in the next chapter, or next patch. When the girl entered the S-Rank Valkyrie Command Center, a familiar figure had already arrived. Durandal-sama, I take it you've already met the Overseer. Yeah, this news was a surprise to me too. The Overseer disappeared one day and came back just as suddenly, and now he's ready to run the experiment. The whole thing seems hard to believe. But it's the Overseer. Hasn't always acted this way? He has always viewed the world as a chessboard. All the people and things under his control are like the pieces. For someone who thinks like that, the results are the only thing that matter. After all, any value he placed on the process, he gave up many years ago. Why does the way of talking now remind me of the way Shakespeare and Schrodinger talk? Like, it has some deeper philosophical meaning. Oh, you really think so? Thank you. Well, I'm sorry, Durandal. Maybe I'm just nervous about this mission. Rita, you really... Isn't it normal to be nervous in this situation? After all, this involves countless real human lives in another dimension. If I were to make an analogy, in many ways, a small village deep in the mountains cannot be compared to a bustling city. Yet the village also has its own past, present, and future. Now suddenly we have a chance to alter the fate of everyone there. Who wouldn't be nervous? Oh, is that the reason you're suddenly so talkative, Durandal? Durandal recalled the way she was several years ago. Back then, she was irritable and rather short in stature and extremely talkative. That girl seemed to be a completely different person than the Durandal of today. Rita, what is a Durandal? It's nothing, not worth talking about. The girl started to speak, then hesitated. If it hadn't been for several years earlier, she would have openly talked to Rita about how her personality had changed, but the girl was long gone. Bianca! Pulls out the first name. Jesus Christ, Bianca! If this mission goes smoothly, then afterwards, let's take half a day off and go for a drive. A drive? I'm pretty sure Durandal can fly. Let's take a day and go for a drive. What do you think? Huh? Well, it doesn't affect our work, then I guess we could. As for where we should go, let's go to Naples. It's not far from the floating isles. Going for a drive, Naples. The girl suddenly remembered that on their adventure 5 years earlier, Rita had suggested something similar. The next time we get a chance, we should go to Naples at night and have some fun. Alright. Yes. If the overseer experiments can really help those people in the bubble universe, then we can drive to Mount Vesuvius together. Now this is all very weird to me because I did ancient history in school, and I had to write a thesis. It's almost not really a thesis. I had to write like a 2,000 word essay essentially on what is it? Halicarnassus, Vesuvius, and Pompeii. And this is very weird to me now hearing these words again. I don't like hearing these words again because I did not like ancient history. The girls smiled and agreed that it was an unusual suggestion for an S-rank Valkyrie to make. Half an hour later, Shixel floating isles, special purpose lamp for the second divine key, cosmic juggernaut, the train. Excellent, everyone is here on time. Durandal, Rita, Nagamitsu, Amber, I appreciate you looking after HQ in my absence. No problem. We were just doing what we should. Oh, we haven't met you before. That's also Mr. Otto. You can continue speaking for a while. The space-time manipulation system needs 5 more minutes to warm up. Looks like the only one who's not on time is the machine. Well then, I'll use this time to familiarize everyone with the process involved in this experiment. Everyone should have a solid understanding. Yeah, hold up. That's the imaginary tree. Or the Imagine tree, what's it called? This is the tree. That's it, right? That's the tree. Cool. At first glance, the 4-dimensional space-time we inhabit seems flat and empty, yet in higher dimensional realms it contains many unimaginable complex structures. People of the previous era had 2 descriptive names for these structures, the Sea of Quantum and the Imaginary Tree. In the Sea of Quanta, all beings and things decay as time progresses, until everything has disintegrated into chaos. The world of the Imaginary Tree does not share this fate, but there, Honkai events are a frequent occurrence. In essence, that is because the concept of time in each realm is fundamentally different, but this isn't what we'll be focusing on today. Today's experiment will attempt to link the bubble universe within the Sea of Quanta back to the Imaginary Tree, saving it from the extinction to which it is ultimately destined. Now that we've done extensive research on the second divine key and obtained technical assistance from World Serpent, Shixel must make use of this technology. If we do so, in the not too distant future, we'll be able to change the fate of the space-time manipulation system is ready. Mr. Otto, the experiment can begin at any time. Well, looks like I'll have to be brief in my explanation. To make a long story short, the subject of our experiment will be a special bubble universe contained within Durandal's body. We will depart from the Sea of Quanta, seek a passage leading to the Imaginary Tree, and then try to artificially link it to the Imaginary Tree. So, Durandal, you will need to enter the dimensional portal generated by the second divine key yourself. Okay. This time, you'll be equipped with the upgraded Genius Plus Space-Time Exploration Unit. Nagamitsu will use it to maintain communications with you while you're in a complex space-time environment. Due to the great significance of this experiment, Rita and Amber, you will stay here to manage and coordinate operations, and I will accompany Durandal to the portal. I already don't like the sound of this guy going anywhere that's near Durandal. I guess this is the first time we'll be officially working side by side. I'll need your assistant, Bianca, Durandal, Atagina, I can't remember how it was pronounced, Atagina. Alright, Imaginary Tree. Got it. I'm there. I'm there, boys. Imaginary Tree, quantum manipulation. Oh shit, that was Otto? Oh shit, Otto's helping out. How do you go Super Saiyan again? Forgot how you go Super Saiyan, to be honest. Yeah. I remember I was told to talk about spoilers on Reddit. I did it with the spoiler tag and I got banned. I can't talk about to anyone about anything. Well, that's the thing about spoilers, Kaslana, is not many people want to talk about them. It's kind of like, obviously that Reddit thing doesn't make much sense to be banned when you even add a spoiler tag, so that's probably a fault on the actual moderators for not being educated. But not many people want to talk about spoilers because they want to experience the story themselves. And that's why betas and spoilers on story content is pretty much very badly received. Generally speaking, like spoilers on stories are generally badly received, or spoilers on gameplay aren't. A fragmented info from the real world is reorganized and built on a unique set of rules and structures. Why does he actually kind of look cool now? Yo, he actually looks so cool. I like the outfit change. Like, I don't like him as a character, but the outfit change was unexpected. He actually looks really, really cool now. The color scheme is a lot better. The general, like, the hairstyle is slightly better. Damn, I actually kind of like the appearance of Otto now. Personality still sucks, but appearance-wise, nice. Fill the bar, then hold attack to go Super Saiyan. Fill the bar, then hold attack. Ah, they even have like a Super Saiyan sound effect. I see. And then it lasts as long as the bar is there. Is that right? Yeah, okay. For the most part. Okay, cool. So this is what it feels like to be in the Sea of Quanta, not so different from being weightless. Please stay close to me, Overseer. According to Nagamitsu, objects floating in the Sea of Quanta far from a bubble universe are at risk of decaying into nothingness. But because Mr. Otto's body is made out of soulium, the risk is very low. But if we lose connection with the outside world, we do have a problem. After all, I have already transplanted my consciousness into this body. Isn't that... Nothing we can do about that. Even though I spent 2 years improving the Genius Plus, it doesn't support real-time consciousness projection. There's just not enough bandwidth. No problem, I won't hold you back in battle. You must be joking, Overseer. You would beat me in a one-on-one fight. Maybe? Nah. Otto stinks. I doubt I could defeat you in a fair fight. In fact, it would be no contest. As of this moment, you are Otto Apocalypse's most reliable partner in this adventure. Seems that that made you uncomfortable. Well then, enough chit-chat. It's time to take the first step into our journey. Let's go. Alright, into the black thing. Or the purple thing. Cool. Rondo don't really lie. Yeah, but she could just not know. She might not lie, but she might be dumb. Big dum-dum, you know what I mean? I'm getting the hang of her now, kind of. So you need at least, how much? 60 SP to go into Super Saiyan mode. In a minimum of 60. Arsenal of Void Archives. That is true. He does have the Void Archive thingamajiggy. Yeah, that's a fair point. Bam! Oh, that is a super cool attack. I want Dio and Korra. Yeah, Void Archives does sound kind of strong, but the thing is... Yeah, no, honestly, you guys know more about the game than me, so yeah, he can probably do it. I don't know much about it. Honestly, I've kind of missed the Sea of Quandra. It's kind of a nice area. Came late. New Mobius skin. She looks like a mermaid. Scarlet, I'd make a suggestion of not trying to talk about a patch that is very far away. If it's possible, my dude. No fault of your own. Obviously, you didn't know. But because 5.9 for Honkai is like very far away, there's no real point. I'm not saying you can't talk about it, but try not to say too many specifics about the patch. Try not to... you can talk about it in a general sense, but don't talk about super specific stuff. To do with like a patch that is super far away. So if it's super far away, don't worry about it. I'm gonna have to write down your words and mention it again in the future. I already forgot what I said, Wind Valley, so honestly, you've got me on that. Have you ever heard of the theory behind Bianca's name? No. I only knew that she was called Bianca in the VN that we watched just earlier, Piston, so I have no idea anything to do with her. Come on, people. Don't worry about it. The thing is, yeah, no, Kaz, it's all good, my dude. It's all good. It's just that people come in, they don't know. It's alright. It's alright. If you come in and you don't know that we're not doing a whole one patch in advance kind of talking about it, it's all G. If you mess it up by accident, no one's gonna hurt anyone. It's not harming anyone's brain. And when leaping between dimensions, one consciousness is sometimes affected by dreamlike interference. For the girl, it came in the form of images of gallows, remains of Honkai beasts, and unfamiliar purple flowers. These were certainly not images from her own memories. They might have been residual data in the Sea of Quanta, or maybe, looks like we're already close to our destination. This is the Theater of Domination. Oh, it is! It is the Theater of Domination. Now, how are we here, eh? A Theater of Domination created by the 10th Hersha not long ago. Although the 10th Hersha is gone, I'm thinking of a way to preserve part of what's here. Will that help us establish a connection with the imaginary tree? Exactly, how much do you know about the 10th Hersha, the Hersha of Dominance? I read the research materials provided by AE and World Serpent. That Hersha is an aggregation of multiple consciousness. It can construct unique dimensions in the gaps within space-time, unlike the Hersha of Dominance of the previous era. You know enough then. After all, we won't encounter the Hersha of Dominance, but merely what it left behind. In order to control its minions from this place, the Hersha made use of the imaginary tree's power to create a link between the two universes. And this resulted in... even though the 10th Hersha no longer exists, the Theater of Domination is about to sink into the Sea of Quanta. For the moment, it still retains its connection with the imaginary tree. So you quickly assembled everyone to begin the experiment. Time waits for no man. Although it will sink into the Sea of Quanta, the process isn't instantaneous, but before we attempt to intervene in the Honkai persona, we need to have a firm grasp of technology and resources at our disposal. I understand. Does the Honkai persona really exist? I always thought it was just hypothetical. Before this century, it was indeed just hypothetical, but during the second eruption in the year 2000, I made contact with a consciousness so enormous that it defied common sense. This consciousness could confuse humans by bombarding them with excessive amounts of information. It could take the entirety of human knowledge and force it into your brain in an instant. What? What? I said Durandal's a dum-dum? Yeah, she is. Okay. Unless they took preventative measures, humans could not communicate with his equals. Then... Hold on, if it's really the Honkai persona, that means it's basically invincible. Yes. If it really had that kind of power, it could extinguish civilization whenever it wanted. Trying to revive humanity would be pointless. So either it hated humanity, either its hatred of humanity is not so deep, or it's not as invincible as it seems. But I digress. No matter what, humanity must use everything at its disposal to have a chance at victory in this uneven struggle. And that experiment we will undertake today is a rare opportunity. Absolutely, now in describing the relationship between the two worlds, we can call our own world base reality. The Honkai persona controls the link between base reality and the imaginary tree, affecting the natural cycle of Honkai energy. Humanity is suffering as a result. So for the upcoming experiment, if everything goes well, we might be able to rid ourselves of our shackles and establish our own connection with the imaginary tree. If successful, humanity can turn the tide against Honkai without a fight. But you said if everything goes well. That's true, cutting-edge experiments are rarely successful, and the future is even more unpredictable. But if we get any positive results from this adventure, at least you'll be able to face Kevin with confidence. Wait, why does Durandal want to fight Kevin? Why is that a thing? Are you talking about the ultimate purpose of the World Serpent, Project Stigma? Of course, the frightening thing about Project Stigma is that it could redefine the rules by which the world operates. If the other side can create their utopia and we cannot, then sooner or later the world will become as they envision. Since none of us wants the grim future imposed by the previous era, we must find a way to create our own utopia. That is to say, if I have a bubble universe within me, and in today's experiment we can safely link it to the imaginary tree, then in the future we'll have the resources needed to refuse Project Stigma. Yes, but as you know, among all the schemes for opposing Honkai, there are none that are guaranteed to succeed. Hey, Mr. Otto. Isn't today the day that Durandal will gloriously complete her mission? What's with the negativity? Yeah, I'm with this chick. You should learn how to quit while you're ahead. But what he's saying is true, and the truth shouldn't be avoided. Not yet to make a choice. Today, there's no reason for you to. Thanks for your concern. But failure is not an option in missions given to S-rank Valkyries. Good. Now I'm used to living dangerously. That's the spirit. Durandal, rightfully known as the most powerful Valkyrie in Shixel, your devotion to the cause hasn't wavered one bit. Please stop with the flattery. It seems you're a bit overexcited today. Please explain in details the steps involved in your experiment. The overseer will shut his mouth now. Oh, that was long. You're mentioning it in hindsight, much is true, so you're bound to become tempted to see other people to think that certain things is theory. Otto equals ether, Dudu equals Lumine. I am inclined to believe that. I'm inclined to believe that ether, or sorry, what's his name? Otto is ether from the future. That's my theory. They're the same person from a different timeline. Boom! 229,000. Otto is ether. Believe it. Two contrasting figures made their way through the ruins of the theater side by side. One carried themselves in a carefree manner while the other had an air of earnest determination. One had seen 500 years of change, the other had only 10 years of memories. The two had little in common, but at the moment they were the iconic figures of the Shixel organization. Before, Otto had made use of the advisory council to deal with trivial day-to-day issues, while he used the time to carry out various kinds of research tasks, or whatever. But when the North American branch broke off to form the independent anti-entropy organization, which would become a rival to... Why are we saying this now? What does this matter? Otto simply kicked out the advisory council and used more efficient way of maintaining stability. And it was then that the Shixel Valkyries, once a secret weapon, took the center stage. From Squad Snowwolf to the Immortal Blades, one outstanding figure, then another joined Shixel, encouraging more girls to join the battle. That had no weight in any way because that's established long ago. Fair enough. What's up, Otto? Maybe I can just punch him. I can only accompany you this far. The way forward is only open to those who have undergone fusion with extra dimensions. This is also where Nagamitsu's instructions ended. Do we really not have any intel about what lies ahead? These spaces close to the imaginary tree are completely unexplored. Your current location is still under the influence of the Sea of Quanta. If you go any further, you'll be completely within the realm of the imaginary tree. The only thing we've been able to establish through our calculations is that you'll be able to move around normally in that realm. I cannot provide other useful intel for the grand finale of this experiment. Uncertainty during experiments. Like the adventure Reed and I had 5 years ago, it yielded results far beyond what anyone had anticipated. In today's experiment, you've done all you can to ensure that the bubble universe inside me will remain intact under all circumstances. So from my point of view, all the unacceptable risks have already been eliminated. Obviously, I'll be back soon. I feel like just at this point, Durandal's just immortal, immune. She's just immune to life. Without hesitation, the girl stepped into the wormhole, licking the different dimensions. Behind her, the overseer's expression looked simultaneously gratified and melancholy. Over the past 10 years, you've made this extraordinary journey possible. Bianca Adagina. Nagamitsu. Is it? If we can use the Genius device to receive the data collected by Durandal, our experiment will be a success. As for whether she can restore the link between the bubble universe and the imaginary tree with her own power, well, you understand, that isn't critical to our plans. I need to be able to fold, cut, and reconstruct the power of base reality. The fate of the bubble universe has little effect on that. So you're saying if Durandal spends too long in the imaginary tree, we'll just initiate a forced recall with the Genius device? Of course, we don't have any way of communicating with her in real time. She understands that we can't wait for her indefinitely. But there's no need to be pessimistic. After all, didn't you give her some help? I haven't found out, but I was just testing the waters. How should I know whether it will really work? It will work. You should know that the other side is also made up of excellent Valkyries who were once under my command. Oh. Yeah, fair enough. It's just Otto being Otto there. Just kind of deceiving people. He doesn't care about the imaginary world inside her or whatever, the universe. Oh shit, we've never been to this tile set before. Oh, it's like the opposite time fracture thing to me. It's a time fracture on me. Nice. Interesting. Otto is Dainsleif, they literally look the same. That's true. You know what would be really crazy? It would be really crazy if, like, in the future patches of Genshin Impact, Dainsleif gets an sorry, no. In the future patches or, like, chapters of Honkai, Otto gets an eye patch like Dainsleif. Now that would be crazy. Just, can we get an Otto and eye patch, please, just so he looks identical to Dainsleif? That would make my day. Or it's the other way around. Dainsleif maybe just grows his hair out and removes the eye patch. Doesn't really matter which order it happens in. But one of them needs to become the other. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Dio and Korra really benefits from a lot of SP regen. Am I the only one that thinks that? Luoka? Who is Luoka? That name rings a bell for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like I've heard that name before. The first thing that I would do when I see a suspicious red spiky thing is run through it. Gotta test the waters, Cares. You gotta test the waters, my dude. Can't blame me, can you? Maybe you can get like some free crystals. In seemingly boundless, endless empty space, the girl had to rely on her genius device to find the way. For that many steps, the girl felt that as soon as she stopped counting, time gradually began to lose all meaning in this place. That many steps, Durandal probably had walked the distance of a marathon, yet she did not feel any fatigue. There was still nothing but emptiness in every direction. She began to feel anxiety creeping up on her. She was worried about the relatability of the plan and wondered if the space-time asymmetry would cause everything to lose its meaning. The girl took deep breaths, regulating her heartbeat and expelling all unwanted thoughts from her consciousness. Although what surrounded the girl could more accurately be described as the ether rather than air, she didn't need to breathe to stay alive. Braille box, braille box, braille box, braille box, braille line. She had heard faint indistinct sound coming from far away in the same direction that Genius was leading her. Well, to be precise, this space had no medium through which sound could pass, so the noise must have manifested itself directly into her brain. Braille box, braille box, braille box, braille box line. She could not make out what was being said, but at the end she was sure she had something calling her name. Whatever it was, it recognized her. The third picture, Otto the Clown. To be quite frank, the Dotteray looks like Otto, in a way. With how the Fatui symbol is on the floor of the Theater of Domination, maybe Otto's gonna get a Fatui mask instead. That is... To be quite... Oh, yo, Dotteray from Genshin kind of gives me Otto vibes. Anyway. Otto the clown, dude. Jesus. You really came! Not long before, the girl and her companion had arrived at the designated location, perplexed as to why they had been led there. The location data had been transmitted through the ether via a mysterious signal. The message was clear. Bianca Agitagina would appear here, carrying the bubble universe. Who made this prediction? What was their purpose? The girl and her companion had no idea. It was clearly not Bianca or Rita's prediction. The message even stated that it would be a surprise for the Valkyries. Was it transmitted by the Schicksal Overseer? No, Otto would never use this kind of method. He liked to be in control of the situation. Then could it have been sent by the residents of the bubble universe? This was even more unlikely. They had naturally lost connection with the imaginary tree and thus didn't have the capability to send messages to this place. The visitors from base reality were getting closer. There was the characteristic radiation of a living organism here, and only one possibility was emitting it. Old partner. Bianca, can you hear me? Bianca? Oh, it's Shigure Kira. Both Shigure and Nigorath are here. She couldn't help but laugh. Her partner had good intuition, but she didn't need any warnings from her. Just as the 7 colors combined from both black paint and white light, all possibilities manifesting simultaneously came form the void of empty space. But when potential and manifest begins interact, the original void will transform into something else. Welcome to the spiritual realm of the sugars, the candy house. In our language, you can call us brown sugar and crystal sugar. Nice. Hey Nigorath, that's how you greet old friends. Oh, that's not how you greet old friends. It's so good to see you again, Bianca. Did our presence here to startle you? Was there really any point in watching the VN? I don't think so. How is this going to connect anything? How is this going to connect anything? We're in Sugarland. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off, man. What is this? Shigure Kira, though, looks nice. I wasn't really expecting to run into you here, Shigure Kira. And you too, Miss Nigorath. Sorry, I don't understand how extraterrestrial beings typically develop. It was only this year that I grew into this form. It's all Kira's fault, thinking that my dormant state was my final form. I'm still stronger than your species, whose natural instinct is to play dead. You two get along great. We get along okay. Our relationship has its ups and downs, but we go way back. Past events always call. I'm getting off topic. 2 weeks ago, we received a message from that contained a prediction. The message said you would arrive here at this moment. Someone was telling us that you would come here today and attempt to link a bubble universe to the imaginary tree. As part of the Overseas experiment, did you two come here just to wait for us? Of course, we've learned how to make use of the imaginary tree to a certain extent. We can transform the dimension in which we exist. Who do you mean by we? Oh, 2 years ago, we passed Konpeito's exam and officially joined the Sugars. When the bubble universe entered your body, Dr. Schrodinger returned to the Sea of Quanta and Kira was launched into a dimension within the imaginary tree by an energy fluctuation. Maybe it was just good luck, but maybe it was predestined. Before our souls were torn into fragments by the void, we passed by the candy house that saved us. The candy house is not only the home of the Sugars, but also a sanctuary made out of the bubble universe. Whenever the Sugars face a crisis, they re-establish a link with the imaginary tree and switch to a different dimension. Because the candy house is such a small bubble universe, when we alter the link to the imaginary tree, we do not suffer the effects of Honkai fluctuations. So such thing has been done before. But Bianca, the opinion of the Sugars is that the bubble universe inside you, I'm afraid its potential to cause problems is many orders of magnitude higher than that of the candy house. And why is that? It's mainly a problem of scale. As far as we know, there are 2 ways to prolong the existence of a bubble universe: through brute force or by using a workaround. The brute force method involves continuously pulling in energy from outside the counter from outside to counter the natural decay of the Sea of Quanta. When using this method, the bigger the bubble universe, the better. The ratio of surface area to volume decreases with size. After a large enough scale, a universe will naturally achieve an energy balance. It will float around in the Sea of Quanta almost indefinitely. Of course, if the bubble universe absorbs too much Honkai energy using this method, it will cause other problems, like what you and Kira have seen in the past. I'm right there with you, Durandal. I think I get it. See, I'm with Durandal on this one. I don't agree with Durandal on many things, but right here, me and her, the same mind. I think I get it. So I'm guessing the sugars use the other method, the workaround. That's right, once a dynamic link has been established with the imaginary tree, we use the tree's support to stop the decay process. This method works by deceiving the imaginary tree. We attach the target to another universe and hope that it will be accepted as a newborn universe that needs support. It's like grafting a branch onto a tree. The bigger the branch, the more difficult it is to successfully attach. Therefore, when using this method, the smaller the bubble, the smaller the bubble universe, the better. So it sounds like the two methods are basically opposites. Yeah, and Dr. Schrodinger would say, the bubble universe in your body was originally designed using brute force method, together with the Selene's prototype system that eliminates excess Honkai energy. Unfortunately, because Honkai energy would corrode the ether anchor, it needed to be anchored within your body to prevent it from disintegrating. Now we want to change course and switch to the workaround method. We just need to do a large amount of calculations to work out the details. And that means, Randall, that blade of yours is autonomous. The Holy Blade has maintained the stability of the bubble universe, as well as its connection to me. It's just that ever since we were separated, I've never been able to establish any form of communication with it. I can't sense that it has been working strenuously somewhere on the other side of the world, but besides that, I can't tell you much about it. Then I guess we only have one option. Using the power of the sugar key. Otherwise, how can we establish communications across the inversion anchor? Although I do feel sorry for Konpeito, we must do whatever is necessary. Same. I'm with you there. I'm with you, game. I'm right there with you. Physically. Mentally, not really. He spent decades of his life getting that thing fixed. We'd better be careful when we use it. What are you guys talking about? What colors? I say that your mind is being blown by how complicated the lore is. Yeah, there are certain points in Honkai where they start using a lot of big words and introducing a lot of different names that I'm just like, yeah, how relevant is this going to be in the grand scheme of things? And usually it's not that relevant. Not saying this is irrelevant, but a lot of the words they're using, not that relevant. The sugar key is an ancient relic passed down among the sugars. It was once used to make a candy house itself. Konpei said that years ago, a certain human gave it a similar name to Shixel's divine key. He called it the Key of the Beyond. That was the guy who betrayed us and damaged the key. It's that kind of human scum that made it necessary for Kira to go through a 3-year observation period before she could join the sugars. Humans can indeed be very complicated. I often struggle to understand what other people are thinking. I really want to get Rita's help, but usually she just gives me an answer like, don't worry about it, it'll be fine. Actually, this makes you more trustworthy in the eyes of the sugars. I'm going to begin preparations for the sugar key. I'll leave you two to catch up for a while. You know, to be so polite, I'm sure it'll take a while. Argue again. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, dude. In the main story, I have no idea how this is going to connect to anything Kiana, May, or Bronya, but fair enough, we're here for it. Nigarath would be compatible with Blade Durandal. What? I don't even get what that means. I don't even get what that line means. What the hell is Nigarath? A floating fucking bubble? A floating fluff ball? I think so too. Speaking of which, Bianca, you've grown a lot taller, and it seems you're also more sure of yourself. You could also say I've become more stubborn. In Shixel, I don't exactly have the reputation of being easygoing. No way. Why do I feel like you were the most laid back? Although when you're on business, I also get the sense that you're very opinionated. You said it yourself, it's the same when it comes to working with S-rank Valkyries. If I could choose who to work with, I would be someone like Rita. You're both S-rank Valkyries now, just like Cecilia and Teresa back then. I wouldn't go that far, and besides... something embarrassing? It's nothing actually. About 3 years ago, the Overseer granted me the right to use the Abyss Flower. Wow! You mean Cecilia is Abyss Flower? You deserve it, Bianca. Great job. Thank you, but I just feel like I'm borrowing it from Cecilia. You can't... I don't want to say it. Even though a Divine Key is a Divine Key, it is not something that anyone can wield. I've always felt that the weapon was still connected to Cecilia somehow. I think that's normal. Before her, it had been a long time since someone had the power to control the Abyss Flower. But you know what? Even for Cecilia, becoming the owner of the Abyss Flower put her under a lot of pressure. Why? Wasn't she highly compatible with it? Well, purely in terms of adaptability, I think you might be better than Cecilia. I've been corrupted by it before, so I know what I'm talking about. Listen, Bianca, the problems Master Cecilia faced at the beginning were identical to yours, but just the opposite. Identical, but just the opposite. Paradox. I guess the Overseer never mentioned it to you. Before Cecilia, several owners of the Abyss Flower were all expelled from Shixel for various reasons. Maybe you're aware that the Abyss Flower was pulled out of the North Atlantic in the 1970s. This event was directly related to Schrodinger's past. Are you talking about her betrayal of Shixel? Rita told me about that. That year, when she said the Overseer Otto was her mortal enemy, I think everyone believed it. Did you know that the strongest Valkyrie at the time, the wielder of the Abyss Flower, joined Anti-Entropy, and that it led to her death? That was when the Abyss Flower sank into the ocean. You've heard that the Valkyrie's name before. She was called Rihanna. Not Rihanna, the pop singer. Rihanna. Raina. Rena. Let's go with Rena. That's right, the name as Dr. Schrodinger's middle name. She took the name of the one who saved her. It's a small world, Bianca. Although ordinary Valkyries know nothing about this, in those days, becoming the owner of the Abyss Flower wasn't something to be taken lightly. To tell you the truth, some of the more superstitious Valkyries consider it unlucky to this day, so this is why you had me read AE as well. Nice. But in the hindsight, everyone thought the Abyss Flower was a symbol of Master Cecilia, right? That's because Cecilia was so charismatic and big-boobed. It wasn't that, Bianca. Even though I consider myself a huge fan of Cecilia, objectively, the Abyss Flower was only her symbol because she owned it for such a long time. Cecilia told me that. She always felt some kind of distance between her and the flower. It wasn't just because of its reputation. Actually, she felt that way because she revered its history, like the attitude Kaslanas have towards Judgment of Shamash. Maybe that's why... Wait... Whatever. I reached May and Bronya rating high enough to get a dialogue if I remember. Oh, Afro. Fuck, Afro, dude. Terrible game. No, I'm joking. I'm just... Too much words at this point. I'm dying. So, although you are coming from a very different starting point, your attitude toward it is not so different from hers. I see, that's really interesting. Interesting, rather. Your older sister to me. What we just talked about, I wouldn't find it interesting to discuss with Rita, and I wouldn't want to bring it up with the Overseer. I feel like it's something I can only discuss with you. Stop it, you're making me blush. Now, you mention it. We've been chatting for quite a while now. Nigarath has your preparations almost complete. Oh, the music instantly sets in. Sorry, guys. It seems that this slightly messed things up, or maybe it's just a bug in the program. The details aren't important, but basically we've attached some so-called imaginary constructs to the outside of the candy house. I need some help dealing with this, Bianca. If they are able to infiltrate the candy house, it'll be a problem. Got it. So I need to eliminate all the enemies. I like this kind of straightforward approach to the problems. Wait, I thought we were in Candyland. Why the fuck are we here? Why not? It hits. Oh, it hits something. Oh, I didn't even know there was enemies there. So the sugars aren't mentioned in anything anymore. Damn, that's sad. I don't even know what the sugars are yet. Is it like an organization? Is it like the World Serpent, but just slightly sweeter? What is that? What is this thing? This is Niggurath, but what the fuck is it? What? It's just like, it's not like... Most obvious, actually, it's probably in the manga, isn't it? True. Never mind. Line after line of alien text rolled across the screen of Niggurath's control center. It looked like she was running some sort of rather complicated program. That was a tough battle, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit longer due to concerns about the stability of our communications channel. They've chosen to deal with some issues first, before re-establishing communications. Are you talking about Blade Durandal? Have you already made contact? Yes, the AI, it's currently receiving the temporary link to the bubble universe broadcast by the Sugar Key, so it can't switch to a human form. Understood, I'll just use this time to get into the right frame of mind. I may prepare myself psychologically. Anyway, I'm really grateful to have this opportunity today. Why are you being so modest? A friend of Kira's is a friend of mine. Wait a second. Excellent, that worked properly. Now what happened? Success. It has received and implemented a connection protocol. There's no time to lose, let's try to communicate. Hold on! Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Bianca, do you read me? If you do, please reply. Loud and clear, I hear you. Loud and clear, Holy Blade Durandal. Ah, it's been years. You're a girl back then, now you're a young woman. Wonderful, wonderful. What are your measurements now? Oh god, dude. Oh god, this is what Blade Durandal's like, dude. Oh, for fuck's sake. What are your measurements now? It looks like you have nice proportions. Hey now. As soon as we establish communication, you say that kind of crap? Kira is still here. Sounds like Rita isn't there then. Yeah, but don't worry, she's done well these past few years. It's just that she isn't physically suited to get close to the imaginary tree, so she's not with me today. Actually, just the fact that you were able to reach this dimension with their help is impressive. But how do I put this? I'm pretty impressive myself. I finished all my important work, so I have time to chat with you. You're done with your work? I thought we were just about to start the critical phase. That's the power of a computer processor. I can do things at a speed you can't even imagine. But since this thing can't be done perfectly, I'm afraid after today I won't get much of a chance to come out and get fresh air, so I might lend out a part of me. What do you mean, lend out a part of you? Are you talking about the gems you're made of? My fault. Sometimes my brain runs faster than my mouth. Well, in machine form, I guess I don't really have a mouth. Enough of the jokes. We likely have limited time to interact with this. You'd better let me analyze the whole situation again. Yep. After operating for several years, I gradually became aware that the crisis in the bubble universe originated when it was born. 5,000 years ago, to ward off the Honkai threat, humans were trying to discharge Honkai energy into a bubble universe in the Sea of Quanta. But as the Hersha destroyed their research center in the Mu continent, they were unable to implement their plan. Luckily, the ether anchor on the artificial bubble universe wasn't damaged. Humans then tried to turn the place they've been using as a garbage dump into a refuge that they could be inhabited by humans. That's the way we see it today. While the project of turning the bubble universe into a sanctuary was somewhat successful, the equipment from when it was a garbage dump had been left in place. In the hands of a madman, this hidden equipment created a devastating tragedy. Since then, the history of the world has been nothing more than a desperate struggle to survive. Bianca, when you went on your expedition to that world, you not only sealed the fate of that madman, but also took responsibility for saving that world from collapse. Just as Niggurath's analysis predicted, the dimensions of the bubble universe hindered its reattachment to the imaginary tree. Its inversion baseline still has to be anchored on the stable negentropy and system. To put it simply, there's no way to complete the mission at this time. That's okay, I prepare myself, everything will be just like it was, right? I'm afraid not! Although my responsibilities haven't changed, now you can share the burden that you once carried alone, Bianca. Do you mean? Come on, I'll give you temporary access to the Sugar Key so you can experience it for yourself. The girl nodded her head, countless streams of data suddenly being poured into her mind. For an instant, she understood what the Overseer meant as when he said a consciousness so enormous that it defied common sense. But unlike what the Overseer had said about the power, about the Honkai persona, this consciousness seemed to fill her mind with warmth and nostalgia. Like a birthday candle Krita lit for her on New Year's Eve. God, I'm losing the ability and fucking hell, Jesus. Oh.
ありがとうございます。本物の不朽なる刃。
they're really making it look like they're really trying to push this whole Excalibur looking kind of thing. Obviously, Durandal is another legendary sword, but like Excalibur is the first one that comes to mind. But they're trying to push this Arthur type story, or like Saber type story from the Fate series. Very interesting. Calm yourself, resting place of the universe. I am space-time itself, the source of the power that destroys all. My role is to obliterate all universes. The girl felt a familiar power flowing through her body. 5 years earlier, she had used this power to cut through layered space, cutting a manifold that supported an entire continent free from the universe. In those 5 years, this power had been lying dormant, not in base reality, but in the strange dimension within her body. In terms of fighting capability, the girl who had already possessed the Abyss Flower didn't need assistance from the Holy Blade, but as the name now she went by demonstrated, the Holy Blade Durandal had become a symbol of her life as a Valkyrie. Now, after extracting my core, you can transfer the duty of protecting this world to any of your reliable colleagues. This way, more people can share the burden, right? Well, strictly speaking, only one person at a time can assume the responsibility, but now you can take turns. Through studying terminologies that mimic the Sugar Key, I can now serve as an intermediary and establish an indirect link between the Bubble Universe and the imaginary tree. Although there is currently no way to realize our ultimate goal as of an independent Bubble Universe, we don't need to rely on your body to protect the world anymore. Also, I've calibrated Sumeru for you. Okay, what is Sumeru here? What is Sumeru in this context? It's probably said in the manga, but I just want to know. I always thought Blade Runner would have a male voice when I read in the VN. Fair cop. Here you see the 7 gems of the Desires of Blade. Yeah, we've Wind Valley, we've actually read a summary of the VN, just in case you were curious. I don't know if you were there for that. Just because it prefers being waked up by a beautiful girl. Fair enough, I would too. A seed of Sumeru. Sumeru is another Bubble Universe, I think. Seed of Sumeru is a USB data package given to Durandal by Flame Chaser Sue. Fair enough. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. Also, I've calibrated Sumeru for you. That way, after you give my core to someone else, you'll be able to use the power of the Astral Harness for a short time. That means the Astral Harness didn't just disappear. That's right, ultimately the Astral Harness relies not on any particular Bubble Universe, but on the power of the Sea of Quanta itself. But aside from these high-tech devices, where did that thing called Sumeru come from? I want to find another one that I can use myself. In your database, do you have a record of a hero? Oh, here it is. Okay. Here it is. I should have just continued. I just need to... okay, sorry. I'm just going to stop asking you guys questions. I'll read the whole dialogue, and then if I'm confused, I'll ask at the end of that chapter. Because apparently it's going to answer everything in that chapter. In your database, do you have a record of a hero named Sue from the previous era? He was the one who entrusted Sumeru to me. He said he once spent several thousand years implementing something called Project Valuka. The development of a parallel universes was observed in hopes of finding a way to counter Honkai. I see. Although I don't have any information about that. If a person like that was willing to transfer Sumeru to you, he must have found the answer he was looking for, right? It seems so. He said that in the end, Project Valuka finally found the only answer, but he wouldn't tell me any details. I gave the information he left behind in the Overseer, but he wouldn't tell me anything either. That's very interesting. Have you guessed it, what it is, Durandal? No, I have no idea. It's the fact that I don't know what it makes it so interesting. Isn't it also the way, this way for the humans? I can only say that you have some strange ideas about humanity. I'm not an organic life form like you. Some misunderstandings are normal. It's what makes us unique. Oh, what happened? I'm getting a warning in 5 minutes. The status of the link between the Bubble Universe and the imaginary tree may become unstable due to the chaos phenomenon. To ensure that there are enough resources to respond in the next 3 minutes, I must go manually control some programs. Time to get it is over. It's a shame. There's a lot we didn't get to talk about. Who won the Shixel Championship? And what about the Anti-Entropy Trophy? Do you care about this? You've never even seen a soccer game in your life. So what? Hearing you talk about things unrelated to Honkai is the greatest joy for me. Miss Bianca is embarrassed. So cute. True. I really have to go now. Though in the future, people may have to sacrifice their lives, I believe that Pioneer has found the only answer. I hope everyone continues to have faith in the world, their colleagues, and themselves. Time will prove them right. Until we meet again, how about I give my physical form to you for safekeeping? Back up. The signal disappeared. We'll definitely be able to meet again, right? It's good to be optimistic, though I have a feeling that those people from the previous era are kind of scary. I feel like this, because this chapter came out before Elysian Realm. If I'm... Or no, if this chapter came out before Elysian Realm, and then it was straight after this that Elysian Realm come out, or came out rather, that would have been interesting. You hear about these previous era people, and then you meet them in Elysian Realm. They are quite scary people. In the beginning, Dr. Sue also threatened to lock me in his bubble universe. Fair cop. Sounds like that was a bluff. That kind of person wouldn't change their opinion of you so quickly. Then Nigarath, where do you get the feeling that those people are scary? I'm not sure. It's just a feeling. I thought it was better to tell you. But when it's time to meet my fate, I will not back down. At least now I don't have to shoulder my burden alone. It's not good to say that. That's exactly the way Cecilia thought about it. For example, I really don't want that sword of yours. You hold on to it. I don't want a flood of random thoughts coming into my brain. No, I don't mean like that. I didn't mean to stress you out. I just got a little excited. You don't need to apologize. Long ago, you surpassed Nigarath and Iron's skill as a Valkyrie. I trust your judgment. Well, however you say it, the important thing is to get the message across, right? Bianca knows that Kira is worried. Kira knows Bianca can behave herself. No need to dwell on apologies. The Sugars do not advocate such a thing. You're right, just call us anytime you need help, Bianca. And I'll remember not to be so polite next time. Then I guess that's it. The Bubble Universe mission has entered a new phase, and we each have many more missions to complete. Since we can say that this experiment has come to an end, I guess I'll start up the genius advice. Leaving so soon? Why don't you sit down for a while and have some dessert? Bianca is always like this. She rarely gives herself time to relax. We don't need formal etiquette to understand each other. She's always had this approach to life. Thanks for understanding. Hope to see you both again. Next time, remember to treat me to a chocolate buffet. That's not enough, let's go sing karaoke. And then forget it, I'm too self-conscious. Her signal has completely disappeared from this space. There's something that can be inferred from her calculations that you didn't bring up. I'm not sure you'll have the opportunity to meet again. It wasn't the right moment. Besides, I think in some ways she's definitely different from Cecilia. She doesn't need our help to awaken her power. Although the road ahead will surely be difficult, she and Rita will do what they've always done. Find a solution. It'll be alright. This came out after ER? Oh, okay. Fair cop. I guess it works both ways. I think it's interesting if it was before ER, and then they say the people of the previous eras, I think it was Nigarath, say that the people of the previous era sound terrifying, and then you get to meet them. But it works, you get to meet them, and then someone's like, yeah, these people sound crazy, and you're like, yeah, they fucking are. They're fucked. These people are goddamn crazy. Is that the last stage? Is that all of it? No, right? Oh, we got one more. One more stage. Surprisingly quick chapter, boys, but a lot of dialogue. Alright, 9. Oh, this is going back to Otto, right? This will be interesting. Use 3 or fewer, blah, 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 blah. Honestly, I'm just going to use... Just to chuck Honya in for safe measures. Cutscene? Did I miss something? Oh, this cutscene. Oh. The cutscene at the end. Gotcha, gotcha. It was the day after the conclusion of the experiment. Thanks to everyone's hard work, yesterday's experiment was a complete success. Going forward, and I believe it won't take too long, Shixel will take a decisive step in the fight against Honkai. Of course, as I'm sure everyone knows, this kind of progress is bound to hurt a minority of people and sometimes seems to harm personal interests of most people. But we also must see that these sacrifices are limited and temporary. Perhaps anti-entropy will give us trouble, and I doubt we'll get any material assistance from World Serpent, but as long as our Shixel Fortress is still standing, humanity can look forward to a brighter future. Are you done with your speech? Are you getting the important part? We'll make it, long story short, to ensure that future missions are carried out according to plan, as Overseer, I will now declassify the identity of the last... As Overseer, I will declassify the identity of the last S-rank Valkyrie. She will work closely with you in the future missions until my retirement. Following Otto's instruction, a new face appeared for the first time in Shixel HQ. Like the completion of the experiment, her appearance marked a new stage in the Overseer's life work. The dice had been rolled, the dusty old wheels of destiny began to turn once again. What? I'm assuming it's in the cutscene, but who? Is it? This is a cutscene, is it? I don't feel like watching it. Psych. No. Cutscene. Oh. It's Otto Man.
以上このオットーアポカリプスは本日をもって天命司教の座を退き組織を抜けさせてもらう
Whoa, this looks fucking cool. Oh shit. Oh, that's GG right there, isn't it? Senti?
お久しぶりですお寿司様
そろそろ約束を果たしてもらおう吹雪友よ僕は来たよカレン
Oh, it's the guy that's whipped on a woman, dude. Fuck. Bro, get over it. She's long gone. Oh my god, Otto. Why is that cinematic so good? This is, what cinematic was it? It's the one before the Senti chapters. The History of Sentience chapters. It gives you like a preview of the next two chapters, right? And that's a preview of chapter 26 and 27, right? Or chapter 26, 27, and 28, sorry. It's like a preview of everything that's kind of like going to happen in animated format. That was cool. That was really cool. The birth of tragedy is the next chapter. It's an open world? Oh. Fair enough. Are these... Okay, that chapter was cool. A lot of that I didn't really understand because I don't think it's ever going to go back to it. But I guess it's pre-information on the whole imaginary tree Sea of Quanta thing. Yeah, it's the preview of the next arc, much like the much like the cinematic at the end of this. I think that is the preview of the whole Senti arc. There was like the other thing. Yeah, okay, cool. I won't click on this yet. We'll do this that will be done on Sunday. That will start on Sunday. 3 chapters in, yes. That was cool. So what do we see there? I don't want to rewatch it again because it's like I can't pause it. So what do we see? Otto and Durandal, they resign from Shixel. I guess they become independent. And then they start, like, Otto's clones are fighting Teresa, Sealy, Bronya. Yeah, Otto, oh yeah, those, yeah, that. And then Herster of Thunder was fighting Durandal. That's an interesting one. Herster of Thunder fighting Durandal. Here's the thing, that's a pretty even matchup. If I really think about it. Like, Herster of Thunder is like a Herster. She's like a full Herster. And then Durandal is just Durandal, so it's like I'm keen to see how that matchup goes, like story-wise. And then we see Fu fighting someone. I don't really know. I guess we gotta find out who Fu was fighting. But they chucked a massive sword, Fu broke it, and then it turned into many swords. And they're female. Okay? And then Obviously, we saw Kiana fighting Otto, or going to the imaginary tree. Alright, fair enough. See, now, I remember a few streams ago, someone said, I made the assumption that the story has a lot to go, and then someone said that the story's going to end within the next year or something like that. I'm not sure the estimation. I can now see it. I can now see how they can conclude this, because I now have a bit more context on the imaginary tree, Kiana, Otto, this, that, I can see it now. My eyes are there. I don't want to click on this because it's probably going to play a cinematic, so I'm not going to do it. Alright, fair enough. I'm there. Oh, who's ready to take a survey, apparently? It's survey time! Oh yeah, they did say Master Phoenix, didn't they? Oh, it'll be... Oh, who are the disciples could it be? Probably like the strongest disciple. That actually kind of makes sense. Alright, now I can actually give feedback on the whole patch because I've been here. What is your current captain level? 61 to 70. How satisfied are you with 5.7 Song of Perdition? Highly unsatisfied. Nah, how satisfied am I with this game? I think my opinion is highly biased because I'm new to the game and I'm very satisfied with the game. So I'm gonna go with highly satisfied. What aspects of 5.7 are you satisfied with? I probably haven't participated in a lot of these. Optimized systems or game modes. Shorten asset loading time. That's always fun. New and cool battle suits. Epona is epic. More and easier ways to get battle suits and solve things. I don't know. Less stuttering and crashes. I'd like there to be less daily restarts for updates, but that's fair enough. Gorgeous new outfits. Absolutely. Less latency. I love less latency. Fresh and interesting gameplay. Absolutely. After 5.7 update, how much time have you spent compared to the past one? Where's the more? After 5.7? Which of the following 5.7 content have you experienced? New battle suit? Shattered Dimensions? Golden Diva? What is Rosemary's Floriograph? And Floriograph. Alright. And I guess it's safe to say this, guys. This is going to segue into something that I'm going to explain after. I'm going to tick that box as well. And I'll explain it after the survey. Overall experience with Epona. Overall experience. Let's just tick all these boxes really quickly. Let's tick all the boxes. This one. Tick all the boxes really quickly. Doesn't really matter. Now this one does matter. Appearance, 10 out of 10. Overall experience. Overall controls. Yeah, it feels great. Overall visual effects, great. Ultimate controls, great. Combat performance. Satisfied. I don't really know what she does too much. Which type of guides are you interested in? Guides? Valkyrie guides, Abyss guides, or Elysian Realm guides, Elf guides, and Stigmata guides. How much do you know about the in-game Valkyrie guides? I knew them, but didn't read them. How satisfied are you with this chapter? I'll put neutral. I'll explain in a second. What is your opinion on the story? Satisfied. I do not like that they're asking me about the story. I'll explain in a second. I will explain in a second. General interfaces are easy to navigate. General functions are easy to use. There, I agree. Still asking me about the chapter. I agree. I do not care right now. Have you watched the unknown chat room? The Easter egg? No, I haven't. What are you talking about? How satisfied with Shattered Dimensions? Yeah, it's great. What is happening? Oh, yeah, I ticked all the boxes, didn't I? True. The Shattered Dimensions story quality, didn't really pay attention. The combat experience, it was good. Map visuals, it was fine. Playability, easy. Grindiness, not really. Difficulty, it's kind of up there if you, like, kind of do it. And appeal of rewards, nice outfit. Shattered Dimensions, I have a clear goal in mind while playing it. I agree. Missions and instructions in the map can also help me. Map navigation was terrible, so I'll put neutral. Did you play in Elysian Realm? I've been playing all the time. How satisfied with Elysian Realm? I like it. What's your opinion of the following aspects of Elysian Realm? Isn't Elysian Realm old? I satisfied a story. I've done it. I've done Chapter 2. Satisfied. Interface is fine. Stage visuals, fine. Playability, good. Grindiness, not too bad. Difficulty, it's up there. And appeal of rewards, good gems. Receiving random buffs in stages is fun, strongly agree. Combining buffs in stages is fun, strongly agree. Clearing stages is fun, yep. Enhancing battlesuits is fun, yes. Length of an average run is just right. A full Elysian Realm run does take a while. I'll just go with agree. It does take a while. But I guess you're going for the higher difficulty. I think it weighs itself out. Has satisfied with the performance of fallen battlesuits in Elysian Realm. They're both actually pretty great. Like, highly satisfied. Has satisfied with Rosemary thing. I like the story. I like the event. Have you played the event of Hoyoverse Journey? Have I? Scarlet Snow, gotta go. Anyway, sorry again for Scarlet Snow, do not worry about spoiling the story. If you accidentally say stuff, no one's gonna get mad. And if someone does get mad, they're dum-dums. Don't worry about accidentally doing it. Now that you know, it's all good. What is this Hoyoverse Journey? Register and link Hoyoverse account, travel around Hoyoverse. I can't do this because I'm on a Steam account. Oh, why did I make a Steam account, dude? Oh. I didn't know it. Aponia Counseling Room, I did, I think. Velis' restocking, yep, I did. Elysian Realm Network, I looked at it, I didn't know what to do with it. Song of Perdition first look. Satisfied. They ask you about a lot of things. They really take the feedback into consideration here. They're asking about this every single thing. Sometimes Genshin's survey system doesn't ask you about the things that you tick sometimes. Yeah, the Hoyoverse like linking account thing doesn't work for the Steam ones currently. I looked it up the other day because I saw on Twitter that they're like disabling some link stuff between things. I don't know what it's about. Look it up on Twitter on the Honkai Impact Twitter yourselves if you're interested. But there's something about linking and it's stopping at the 30th of June. And I was like, oh shit, I gotta do it. And then I looked it up. Yeah, Huawei and Steam accounts can't link to their Steam accounts to the Hoyoverse thing, which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. It says currently. They said currently, so maybe in the future. So this thing's general quality, event page thing, story writing quality, it was great. Event UI accessibility, where the event is easy to navigate, it was alright. Event rules and clarity, it was fine. Appeal of rewards, they were fine. This thing, satisfied. Like, it's the same questions, it was easy to navigate, clear-cut buttons. It's fine, the character is great. First look, just look at the character. What do you focus on when browsing the preview page? New battle suits, rewards, equipment, and outfits. That's what I browse for mainly, because the story will be there. Community events have you experienced? Aponia Birth Collection event, yes. Everlasting, I don't know what that is. Elysian Realm Port Screen, nope. Twitch Challenge? Is that them getting the account set up? Sure. No, I didn't follow them, so I'm not going to click that. Realm Personality. I did actually do the personality test, I think, on Twitter. I think I did do it. I can't... Or maybe I attempted to. I don't know if I did it. I'm just going to click it because I think I did it. Aponia's thing, fine. And that's fine. Let's go with that. Are you satisfied with the writing of the story chapters? Story chapter events and descriptions. Highly satisfied. Which are the aspects of the writing 5% are you satisfied with? Text display is visually appealing, sure. Descriptions of the new events are easy to understand, sure. How many can I select? All that apply. The writing is fluent and expressive. I can't say. The skill descriptions that you think about are easy to understand. Sure, I understand Xeno. The ability rules are easy to understand. Yes. Storyline is well written. Yes. There is no typo, omission, or grammatical error. No. No. There is typos and omissions and grammatical errors. How do you describe your experience in the following game contents? The Sea of Quanta. What the fuck is the Sea of Quanta? Abyss. I only know of Q Manifold. Oh, is this like the lower or higher one? I only know of Q Manifold. I didn't play Super String Dimension. I didn't play Elysian Realm. I like Memorial Arena. I like Armada. I said, yeah, I like it. Dorm. It's Dorm has game. I like, sure, game that and that. Scrolling down, no. God, this is a long survey. God, Genshin's are like 3 questions and you're out of there. These are actually like this. Like, I'm being quizzed. In what ways have you given feedback after encountering in-game problems in the recent month? I have not encountered many. I have not encountered problems requiring feedback. I don't think. Listen, grammatical errors are negligible at some points. What official channels have you followed for Honkai Impact 3rd news for the recent months? Twitter, in-game announcements, and YouTube channel. What are your opinions on the following aspects of... Fuck me. The YouTube account. Oh, God. Its overall experience, satisfied, content quality, pretty good. Posting, timeless, and accuracy. Neutral. Community friendliness, I don't read the comments. In-game announcements, yeah, they're great. I get all the stuff. Twitter account, it's good. Over experience is great. Content engagements, they release like something every single day. Timeline accuracy, they release something every day. Community friendliness, comments are generally positive. Account response speed, they just post stuff every day, and I don't think they should respond to people because people are dumb. In-game purchases, I don't purchase stuff. Oh my God, this is so long. Apart from Honkai Impact the 3rd, what games have you played in the weekly recent month? No. Genshin Impact, no. Dislike, yeah. No, actually, no, I haven't played Dislike in the past month. No. Ni no Kuni sucks. Do you have any suggestions? No, but thank you. Oh my God. There's so many questions. There were so many questions. In Genshin Impact, you just get asked, did you like the game? No? Why? Yes? Okay. Oh my God. Fair enough, it's good to ask questions. It's absolutely fair. Among Us, I don't play Among Us. But honestly, the fact that it's there is also kind of weird. Why are they asking if I've played Among Us? Why does Honkai Impact care if I've played Among Us? Are they gonna add Among Us to Honkai Impact? God, please don't. Listen, it's probably interesting, but please don't do it. Please don't do that. I will not enjoy it. Let me untick those things. Can I get a dorm supply? Thanks. Bam. No. Who wants to roll before I say some depressing news? Let's do some encouraging rolls before I have to tell you guys some depressing news. Sarcasm. What is this thing? Reroll device. Bruh. Oh, I thought it was it again. Ancient willpower. That's not the willpower I want. One more. Here it is, Sarcasm Nix. Welcome to the team. Welcome. Cringe. Cringe. Guys, I've got some depressing news. I was going to get into this once we also get to chapter 29, but I have done chapter 29, or the current available stuff, and now I want to acknowledge that I am an idiot for this. If I click on this here, it's going to take us to this page, and it's going to show that a lot of it is done. Now, a lot of this fault falls to me, and I'm also going to blame 50% of it onto Honkai Impact for it being a thing. The part where it's my fault is that I didn't read that chapter XXX is a thing. And I just kind of thought, hey, it's an event. And yeah, that's kind of where it falls to me. I just didn't read, and I just thought it was an event. The part where it falls into Honkai is that it was even accessible to me, or to players prior to having unlocked it. And only, I think, it was like 2 or 3 streams ago, where someone mentioned that chapter 29 is like a mystery. I was like, I've done something that's a mystery recently. And then I was like, that's the story chapter? And then I was like, why is it even accessible to me? Why is it even accessible to me? And yeah, after I found out that this is chapter 29, I was like, I thought it was an event. Because it kind of feels like an event. You have a rewards tab, you have an inventory, you have daily tasks. I was like, oh, it's an event. And I do feel bad for doing this chapter. And I believe there is a way to replay it. I'm not sure. I think if you go into the collection, you can replay the story. I think. Is there? I don't know if there is a way to do that. Maybe this. Let's not do this right now. Just in case other people want it. But if there is a way to replay the story, once we do get to this chapter as current thing, I want to replay it. Just as a thing. For cohesiveness. And then pretty much from now on, or once I found out that this was chapter 29, I'm essentially not doing anything that pops up. And when it does pop up, I'm literally reading every single word, because when I found out that that's chapter 29, I felt so bad. I was like, no way did I do the same thing as Elysian Realm, because I thought it was just an extension of Elysian Realm in a way. I don't know why I didn't pick up on it. I guess I'm just a fucking idiot. But yeah, I felt bad. And I still do about doing this chapter and it not being on stream, and also not being in a correct order. Because I was like, the reason as well as it felt like an event is because I had no idea what was going on. I just had no idea. I was like, oh, this is just random characters appearing. Fair enough. Yeah, my bad on that. It's absolutely my bad. They usually give a first look. I don't think they should ever do that. It's such a bad thing in my eyes. Probably next patch. I don't think there's replay. No replay in an open world. Sucks. That sucks. That's so fucking shitty. That is so shitty. Well, I kind of remember some parts. I kind of remember done other parts. Oh, God, I feel so bad. Oh, God. I really don't like that concept. Fucking Honkai Impact. I didn't do nothing, Tissue. Don't try to blame me, dude. It's all actually, I'm blaming all on Tissue. Tissue distracted me. Tissue blamed it on me. He forced me into doing it. It's not my fault anymore. Yeah, so that's the sad news. That's the depressing news of the day. Is that I accidentally did chapter 29 when I shouldn't do. But I'm blaming Honkai Impact all the way. I'm blaming them all the way. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. I did not consent. What the fuck is this? It's not my fault. That's all I'm saying. Let us do some of this. Probably more confusing because you haven't done chapter 3. Probably. Yeah, that's probably the reason it is more confusing, because I haven't done chapter 3, and I'm like, who are most of these characters? It's like, oh, they're just introducing characters in an event. Fair enough. Yeah, like, fair. And then none of them have any kind of relation to anything. Yay. Yeah, I'm blaming Mihoyo. Not my fault. It is what it is, you know? Maybe I can get some more rolls. Anyway, see ya. Bro, Tissue, Tissue, don't come back if you're not gonna stay. What is wrong with you? Here's some part. Alicia died, Kevin died, and Kelpes almost killed Eden, and Sue used his power to tame the flamboyant Kelpes for a while. Yeah, I remember vague parts about that. I remember vague parts about that. Because I read a fair bit of it, but I was like, it's like an event, right? It's like an event, I'm not gonna... Like the same way I didn't pay attention to a single part of the Strange Dimension event. I was like, this is not gonna be relevant. Turns out it is. Turns out quite relevant. Put that as feedback. That's actually good. Bro, how do I put feedback? Where's the feedback button? Options. Where's the feedback button? Where's it weird? Do they just not have a feedback button? Discord support? Oh, that opens up a tab. Oops. Collections, mecha prize, merch prices, sorry. Oh, back up. What is this? Fair enough. Yeah. You could watch someone else play it. True. I could watch someone else play it just to get the story thing. There's probably actually that is a thing. I've seen the previous patches. I've seen YouTube videos popping up about like someone playing through chapter 25. Now that I finished chapter 25, somehow I'm getting notifications in like YouTube videos recommended to me about other people completing chapter 25. And I'm just like, why? How does the internet know what I'm doing? How does the internet know? What am I doing right now? Let's just do an Elysian Realm run because I've got nothing else to do right now. That chapter was way too short. I'm gonna blame the game again. Unless... Have I done all 5 runs here? No, I haven't! Oh, Memorial Arena. Memorial Arena. Time to write essay about chapter 29 for Ven. Cares. When the Discord server opens, just summarize it for me. Just summarize the... Nah, don't worry about it. Nah, I'll do it myself. I'll find a way or a place that once we get to chapter 29, once we get to chapter 29, I'll find a way to rewatch the whole chapter and we'll re-experience it. I'll find a YouTube video or something so we can do it and have a cohesive experience. Because I do feel kind of extremely bad that I have been playing the game as a story game, going through it with everyone, and then now I'm just like, yeah, did it by accident. You know about Alicia? I know there's something to do with Alicia, but don't say anything in the comments because, or in the chat because spoilers. Maybe some people haven't done it, so we're gonna avoid talking about it because it's the current one, and generally current story content will just leave out because we're not even up to it ourselves. So let's avoid talking about it. I just wanted to say that I haven't done it. There we go. You don't know about her, even you done chapter 29? I know something happens with Alicia. I know that Alicia is like the fucking character there. I know, I don't want to say specifics again, you know, I don't want to say specifics because again, some people might not have done it, but she is involved in the chapter in a way, and stuff happens around her. We're in the 5.95%. If only I have a better cryo character, dude, or an ice character. Look at this. Why, bro? Where am I? Bro, I'm not even in the... Where am I? What rank am I? Oh, if I'm not even in the top 100. Oh, I'm the worst player in the world. Oh, I'm the worst player in the world. I'm not even in the top 100. Oh, how do I make my Partafellas stronger to do a reattempt? Partafellas, how do I make you better? You're actually using Selena B. Why? Why are you using Selena? Ugh, Selena. Ugh. Selena. Who's better? Who is your other good options for bottom? Bro, why do I not have Scoot? Where's Scooty boy at? Oh, there we go. I can get now. Okay, there we go. Scoot, make it. Because I'm not gonna get the other ones anytime soon. Scoot. That should push my damage very high now, or higher. I didn't really even read what it does. Gain 10% max HP in battle against frozen enemies. Heal the best. Oh, it's not even that great. Oh, 18% ice damage. Fair enough. Now, Van, if you don't mind, you have to make the 10-minute apology video about with 3 ad breaks and make a 15-paragraph apology in Twit longer. Will do. That will be out by the next year. Don't worry about it. That cares. I'll do that just for you. I'll actually make a 30-minute apology video just to get the ad revenue going, you know? Get that ad revenue going. I'll just say, Honkai Impact, I'm sorry. And that's what I'll do. That's the video title. Expect that in the next 5 years. Don't worry, I'm there with you. Try Rasputin. But I don't have Rasputin, right? Isn't Rasputin like a purple one? Rasputin's quite like a high one, right? I know Rasputin is one of them. That is good. But wait, maybe I do have Rasputin. Oh no, Rasputin's right here. What is Rasputin? At 10 and 20, host deals... Oh, I didn't even know this existed. True. Maybe this is better. Inflicts 3 rhyme trauma during combat. After entry. Oh, after entry. Oh, I learned about after entry yesterday, dude. After entry, stinky boy. Can I make this? Can I make both of them? Might as well do it, right? And I have the other Rasputin? Do I? Do I have the other Rasputin? What does Rasputin look like? Oh, I can't, bro. This screen. Okay, where's... How do I find this? Scoot. Probably would be a recommend. I don't even know what the other Rasputin looks like, to be quite frank with this. Am I blind? Support. Rasputin. Maybe is there only bottom and middle? Is it even a suggested one? Oh no, there it is. Is there only bottom and middle of Rasputin? Oh. Mid. Jin Shangtang. Not gonna say she looks like the chick in the cinematic, but she kind of looks like the chick in the cinematic. This game can spoil itself so easily, dude. This game can spoil itself so easily. Oh god. Choose for top. What's up? I'm here. Don't put a filter. Edison, Wang, Fu, Margrave Wang, Kiana, Elizabeth, Renoske, Forge. Don't choose a filter when looking for her top. I bet. I have noticed that. Oh, there it is. There it is. The filters sometimes just, like, don't work. Like, sometimes the filters just don't work. Even if it, like, you put it in. Like, for that thing. Gain total damage multiplier. It's a very, very big thing that I've noticed. Sometimes the filter's like, yeah, nah, we're not gonna pick up this new thing. Figure it out yourself. Kind of counterintuitive. Kind of counterintuitive. Ba-dum-ba-bum. Hey, what's up, Larry? Welcome to the stream. When will you play the Quarry? Oh, that's a game someone told me about recently. I think it was my brother. And my brother told me about the Quarry recently. No, probably not. It's a horror game, isn't it? I'm gonna hit you with the probably not. Is there any point in going even further than that? Let's get all of them up, to be quite frank. No. What game is it like? It's like, what game did he compare it to? I can't remember, but yeah, probably not. I'm not a horror kind of guy. And yeah, we did finish chapter 25X just recently, really. It's pretty okay. It's pretty kind of like middle of the range chapter. I don't think there's much information there, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, we did. I did enjoy playing as Dia and Korra, though. I did enjoy playing as Dia and Korra. DA Korra is actually, out of all the Durandals, DA Korra is the only one that I would want. All the other ones kind of seem okay-ish. Whereas DA Korra I can actually get behind the gameplay of. Mainly the fact that she uses her own leg as like a ballista bolt. That's about the only reason. Yeah, those at 45 will do fine. Let's level everything up. That. Bop, bop. And bop, bop. Beep. Alright, time to get... Wait, I missed something. Hold up, hold up, hold up. What are you? Rotor's Calico deals 20... In Runaway, she deals 20% bonus ice damage. That's fucking pretty strong. It's pretty strong. Alright, I need to get into the top 100 really quickly for the Memorial Arena, so... Jesus, please let me win. Jesus, please let me win. Please, please let me win. It's a summer camp game. No, it's not. It's not a summer camp simulator. I know that for a fact. I know my brother talked to me about it recently. And I know it's not that, Kez. You're not tricking me with that one. Absolutely not tricking me. Actually, I don't think our score went up even in the slightest, so it doesn't really matter. Dum bum. What's our final score, game? What's our final score? Oh no, it did go up. Where are we now? Oh no, we need to get 69 at least. Maybe it's this run that I need to do better on. Can you see your individual runs for each one? 37. 31. The highest you can get is 31. Yeah, I'm not getting that. Maybe I can do better on this one. 38. Probably. Let's do this one. Doesn't really matter. We're not going to get there. You should do something unorthodox for 5k. Yeah, I'll... I feel like this is somehow gonna divulge into me playing the Forest, Subnautica. It's somehow gonna get onto that topic, isn't it? I'm gonna have to play one of these games. You're pushing towards the idea of me playing Subnautica, aren't you, Kez? Or Abzu, the Forest, Last Man Standing, I don't know, some horror game that I don't know the name of. It's pushing towards this. I can see it. I can feel it. I can feel it edging there. Oh, we went up a few percentages. Yeah, no, we're not in the top 100, boys. I'm sorry that I have to disappoint you like that. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up. Is this another roll? It is. Wait. Oh! Starchasm, Nix. Let's go. This is a guaranteed right here. Starchasm. Guaranteed Starchasm. Nice Starchasm. Oh, it feels good. Just nice and strong. Nice and strong Starchasm. I feel scammed. For Subnautica at 5k. Oh, God. Oh, you know what? There's a chance. You know what? You know what? Listen, if we get to 5k, sure. Write that down. I'll agree to it. We get to 5k subs, I'll play Subnautica. I don't even know what the fuck you do in Subnautica. What is the goal of Subnautica? This is peer pressure. This is peer pressure. You guys are... How dare you guys peer pressure me? This feels rude and disrespectful. Sure, I'll do it though. I'll do it. Now I've agreed to it. I've agreed to it. Someone's gonna clip it and it's gonna be on the record. God damn it. I've made many errors in my life. This is all of them. Agreeing to play a water game. Oh, God. Agreeing to play a water-based video game. I'm definitely not swiping my card, Ophelia. My card is not touching a Honkai or a Genshin Impact Hoyoverse game ever. It's just it's not happening. Gaslighting success. Actually true. Just everyone has just gaslit me up. I do feel very much hurt. Very much gaslit. How do I get this shit? What is this? Collector's card, dude? Just give me this right now. The Sanguine Gaze. So that when I do get Sarcasm, I can do it. Man, I'm conflicted whether to roll for VLV or wait till the Hersture patch. That's a great question. Subnautica is a story-driven survival game. Took place on a landmass, as you say. Ah. Oh, my apologies. I was under the interpretation that Subnautica was about aquatic adventures. I thought it was about aquatic adventures. My apologies. I'll play it right now, actually. Ah. I'm so inclined to just start playing it just because I thought it was about aquatic adventures, but it's land masses. I'm just going through the shop for no reason. Land masses. I like land. To be absolutely honest with you, I like land a lot. I'm a very land kind of guy. I'm conflicted about this game right now. I need to jump into a run and do something with my brain. I need to jump into a run and just do stuff. Let's go this one. Let's go this lady, I guess. Add that, I guess. Let's go with you, I guess. You're fine. You're fine as well. You get the card in spending event, but the spending event is over. I get... Oh, I think I do know what you're talking about, actually. A bit confused there. I think the Partafellis of spending a skin event, right? Is that what you're talking about? The Partafellis skin one? And how you have to spend gems to then get items? Okay. Terry. Penumbra. Haida and Oshiku. Haida and Oshiku. Whatever. Is there a character I want after Sarcasm? I don't think so. Straight away, that is. In all seriousness, it starts as an open world basic survival game, then the devs decided to go full throttle on the story and make an endgame, base building and all Minecraft but with story. So, we're talking about Subnautica? Bro, I thought it was just water. I thought you were just put into the ocean and told, hey, try your best. It actually has, bro, what are these rolls on the doors? I just thought it was just, hey, here's an ocean, good luck. So it actually is a game? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh. Oh, bro, why does it have to be the ocean, though? Oh, why does it have to be the ocean? Why couldn't it be like a farm or something like that? I can deal with farms a lot better. I can deal with like a nice pig farm, you know, dairy farm, even like a chicken farm. But an ocean? Oh, dude. Story is good too. Fuck, of course it is. And of course it is. It's a good story. Anyone remember Ark Survival Evolved? Ark Survival Evolved is still going though. It's like I have it actually. Also, it's become a free game. Ark Survival Evolved has become a free game if I remember correctly. In recent days, in like the past I think 2 weeks, it's like turned into a free game, or you could get it for free. Something along those lines. You could like get it for free. I mean, you have Farming Simulator for that they already made the 2023 version. Actually, yeah, you know, you prove a good point. I think, like, I'd rather play Subnautica than the survival simulators or the simulator games. Except for Goat Simulator, that sounds fun. Ark does feel janky, I'll be honest. Out of the survival game genre, the only one that I think I've played is Conan Exiles. Extensively. I think I have like 400 hours in that game. But I wouldn't even recommend anyone play Conan Exiles even now. Well, that's actually wrong. If you bought everything to do with Conan Exiles, I think it would actually be a pretty good game, but that involves buying a lot of stuff, which then I wouldn't recommend it. Let's go with this one. I can never get over this Terry's attack. Hey, it's the best attack in the world, dude. I would say it's slightly better than a Yata Girl. Senti's. I'd say it's slightly better because you can do this one forever. You can do this character's attacks forever, while Senti, it's only during her burst, right? I think Yata Girl is slightly better, isn't she? Let's go with that. Let's go with those two. What will you do after reaching chapter 28? That's a great question. Who knows? Grind Honkai passively whilst also playing other games. That's probably what I'll do. Grind Honkai passively and kind of just play it on a, say the same way I play Genshin Impact basis. Whenever new stuff comes out or whenever there's like a weekly reset, we come back in, we grind it out, and we have some fun. And just generally just do Honkai stuff, yeah. It's kind of a vague answer, but that's essentially it. And yeah, also the manga. Also the manga in a way. Conan Exiles is great. I like that we can actually build a base on top of the highest mountain. I also do like that. And yeah, I'm gonna try to replay chapter 29 in some way. If it's through watching it on someone else, on a YouTube channel that uploads only it specifically, I'm gonna try to replay chapter 29 in some way, obviously, and then I'm gonna be very cautious in doing things that are in other patches. I'm gonna be very cautious. 28, ER chapter 23, 29, 3, Act 1, 2, and 3. If that's the order, then sure. I think Mihoyo needs to fix their order of release in some way. What do you mean? Oh, Lariel, if you weren't here, I do apologize. I have accidentally, like a while back, I did chapter 29 accidentally because I thought it was an event. I explained it a bit earlier, but essentially I accidentally did chapter 29 thinking it was an event, not knowing that the open world part, or the open world things become a part of the main story. That's essentially what happened. I do feel bad about it, but it is what it is. partially take blame for not reading that it said story chapter. I just kind of didn't read it. But it is kind of on Mihoyo's kind of side for actually like having it be available to players who aren't up to that chapter. So that's why I'm looking into a way, or haven't done it yet, but I'm going to try to look into a way to replay chapter 29. Either through watching someone play it, or through reading it, through panels or whatever. But I'm just going to look into a way to replay it. Yeah, Larry, that's exactly what I was thinking, is just like look at other people playing it and see how, like, just like, because I'm pretty sure there are Honkai YouTubers that upload just their full playthrough of a chapter, which is what I'll try and look into doing. Dirt moment, but they really need to work on making story orders more apparent for new players or those that are unfamiliar with the layout. Yeah, it's they don't make it very obvious as to if you are up to this content or not, because there is no way for me to have known that that was a thing. Obviously, I could have read it and I would have known, but I think as an extra thing, they could include, let's say, a tooltip that says, before you start it, a tooltip that says, hey, this is story content and you're not up to this. Do you wish to proceed, right? I feel like they could definitely include something like that. And then thus people can go in there knowing that it's story content. But yeah. Is what it is. Honkai should put stuff, warring stuff. Knocks down the plate. I think with this new thing that they're doing with the starter experience, and they're reworking the starter experience, maybe they're pushing towards that. By all means, I have no doubt about it. Oh, Raven. Oh, we have to fight Raven. I think because at the end of the Hyperion Lounge, they did that whole like starter experience and whatnot, and then obviously 5.8 is getting the first few chapters redone in some way or whatever. I think they're pushing towards making the game like a bit more new player friendly, and I'm all for that. That's the only thing lacking? I think so. In terms of having a nice cohesive story, that's the only thing that the game is probably lacking, is the fact that you can accidentally do future chapters as a new player. I think from 5.8, everything else is alleviated. The whole manga thing is alleviated because you can watch the mangas, or read the mangas, sorry, in the game. And so that's now solved. The visual novels are a bit of an added bonus. You probably can't play those in there because that would make the game files extremely large. But yeah, in terms of story cohesiveness, they're pretty much fixing everything in 5.8 except for the consistency over being a new player and then accidentally playing a more recent chapter. But that's about it. Yeah, that's all it. Do you plan to do some watch along like movies or some or anime once the Discord stuff rolls around? Like watch movies? Watch movies? Now, how the hell do we do that? Watching movies? I haven't watched a movie in a long time, my dude. A fully fledged movie. Oh, damn. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. I don't even know where to watch movies. How do you even watch movies? Like, how do you, like, what movie, like, I guess Netflix, but Netflix is like, I guess that kind of works. Triggered once a HP. I think Blood Feast, right? Yeah. I guess maybe. I don't know. Depends on how much time I have available. Movies take quite a while. Sure. Let's give like a maybe as a final answer. Netflix stuff, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, Mr. Robot. I guess we could just watch them. I guess, or depends on the time, depends on just general availability. But I'm sure. What difficulty is this? This is just a shallow sequence, so it's nothing actually that hard. Just a shallow sequence because I got nothing else to do because that chapter was extremely short, and so we're just leveling up my Lunar Kindred now. Or I'm just leveling her up. Fair enough. 3 Alicias in a row. Why not? I'll take 3 Alicias in a row. It's that easy. I shouldn't. Nice. Q manifold is open? No, it's not. It's not open on a global. It opens up in like a few hours for global. What do you think of Chapter 25X? The fact the writers leave her show of dominance death a bit vague. Compared to the previous her show like Rhymestar. Chapter 25X feels a bit weak. As like a prelude chapter, it's kind of like a pre-story chapter, right? I feel like a lot of the information there is almost negligible in terms of the greater scheme of things. Like, I acknowledge that it's important towards, let's say, something like Durandal. But in terms of the overarching story, all it does is just explain the, It just explains what they're doing with the Quantum Place. Quantum Place and Imaginary Tree. I don't think it does much with the whole Herstra of Dominance. I don't think that's going to play a massive factor because Otto did say that once... Well, it is about to disappear, so pretty much it's just being held there by the residual power of the Herstra of Dominance. I know I didn't really get the same vibe that I got for, let's say... I didn't get the same vibe as the prelude chapter to the actual Theater of Domination chapter, or sorry, Herstra of Dominance, and the same thing, I didn't get the same thing with the Herstra of Rhymestar chapter, which was 2 of them. Those ones felt a little bit more weighty, because they were introducing these characters, or sorry, they were developing these characters to the specific point, and I guess it all depends on how these next 3 chapters play. That's what I'll say right now, is it depends on how these next 3 chapters play. Will these things be called back into reference heavily? Will like Shigure Kira come back? Will what's his name, Nigakura, will he come play? Will what's the other one, Blade of Durandal come back? Depends on that. If they do, then probably great. It's a great prelude chapter, introduces a few characters and then it gets it done. But if it doesn't do that, sus. Kind of a yikes. Dependent on many things. Yeah, I guess that's my opinion on it. A lot of it felt very weak. For now, it can pick up. The game always does pick up though. Like the prelude chapters never feel that great by themselves. Alright, damage is up there. Mr. Bodhi Dictum. I guess I'll go with this. The story arc from chapter 5 to 25 feels like the end game of a saga, so moving into the next side will take a bit to get going. To be quite frank, though, I don't feel like... I still feel like nothing's finished. I don't feel like 25 is the finishing thing. I don't think anything's finished. To be quite frank with you. Maybe it's because I haven't started the very next chapter, which is 26. I've only done 25X, and so I've played a filler chapter in between two, and that's why it doesn't feel like I've gotten a transitional, like, moment. But because of the ending cinematic at the end of chapter 25X with the introduction of the general plot of the next 3 chapters, it doesn't feel like anything's ended with chapter 25. It feels like acceptance has happened. So chapter 5 to 25 is the process of acceptance, and essentially the characters have then developed. What about a finish of character? Absolutely said, like, great words. It's the finishment of, or the conclusion of the character's development. All 3 main story characters and even the side associated characters like Fu have been developed. Great wording to character development. I'd agree that that's been concluded, but the story hasn't reached its, like, climactic moment. Obviously, everyone can tell that. But even for, like, in terms of, like, what am I trying to say here? 25 does not conclude much in terms of anything. It finishes the character development mainly of Kiana, but everything in between there, obviously, with Bronya and Mei. Yeah. That is what I'm gonna go with. Lock it in, Scotty. That's my final answer. Lock it in. But also, I haven't really seen Kiana outside of chapter 25, so I don't know if much has changed. I first need to, I feel like, experience one bit of dialogue with Kiana now outside of chapter 25 to really come to a conclusive verdict. Once I get, like, one inkling of dialogue with her, I'll be right there. Right there. If she enters a conversation as, like, this kind of very dominating tone person, I'll be like, damn, what a character. That might have been poor usage. Ooh, that's some nice damage, though. That is some nice damage there. Alright, Mobius time, boys. Mobius times as Luna Kindred. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yo, I'm actually hyped about the new Luna Kindred skin, though, in 5.8. Let's get into it, boys. Luna Kindred skin, now that I unlocked it recently, now that's a pog moment. second phase. Oh, I should have to do this, don't I? Yeah, it's 37 seconds. Honestly, not happening, isn't it? Not really happening, boys. Can confirm. Ain't it. To be quite frank, there is something that I think I could be doing better. It concludes Kiana in a struggle with Siren. Yeah, I agree. And Hoyo at this point, I feel like trying to develop Durandal next as the new next main protagonist. Maybe. So I haven't spent much time with her. Perhaps that's why Chapter 25X don't feel that significant to us yet. Probably. Red Lotus and Q Manifold at level 70. Nice. Is not it. I deal no damage. Oh, suck. I'm gonna actually restart that challenge in a second. I'll restart that. I think I can do it. Well, maybe because I'm using physical on fire weather thing, but even on a fully geared Platinus Equinox does deal no damage. I'm baffled. I guess that's just how it is at the higher tiers, dude. You just have to start playing the game, and it has to be properly, not professional. I was about to say professionally. You have to start playing the game. It says fire damage, gotta do fire damage. It says physical, you gotta do physical. That's just the difficulty of Honkai. As an Aussie, how often do you eat Tim Tams, which is the best chocolate wafer for me? I don't eat Tim Tams that often. I'm not a massive Tim Tams consumer. It's not my, I'm not a chocolate person. I don't eat much chocolate. I know I had 3 chocolates at the start of the stream, but generally speaking, I don't consume chocolate much. It's not my preferred sweet. So in terms of Tim Tams, up and down. Oh, I thought... Oh, fuck. Well, yeah, that's just not happening, is it? Yeah, I'm just gonna wrap it up. Wrap that one up. Till you try Dairy Bell ice cream? Dairy Bell ice cream, never even heard it. Dairy Bell ice cream. When was the last time I had an ice cream? I really eat... Is that... I don't know. I don't know what that is. So you're really just a dairy person. Milk. I like milk. I like milk. Chocolate, no. Milk, yes. Milk. Milk. Let us continue. Do we want to do one more run? We can really stick one more run in. Passively do it. Maybe I can try to build her a bit better. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just do one of these sequences, but just on point. Just void. So I can then do the full run, but have it be a lot easier. And these things, which ones stack with Lunar Kindred better? Increases max HP by 200? Sure. What is this? Someone quickly explain to me, what is it? What is enemies on floor 17 will be replaced with Herch of Dominance minions? I know what it will be replaced with, but is this like a bonus or a negative? Do you asking? No, I hate Vegemite. I've tried it once, hated it, haven't eaten it since. No wonder you gravitate towards Eponia. And can you blame me? Ferrari cares. Can you blame me? That's my question to you guys. Can you blame me? I don't think so. I think there's zero blame to be had upon myself because of that. Instead of fighting a time robot, you fight a Herster of Dominance minion. Okay. Nicholas Husk is easier than Hod. Okay. So it's nothing super, like, important that I won't take it then. I shall not take Lunar Kindred again. Let's take you out and replace you with you. And you out and replace you with you. Those two things are fine. Maybe I can... I did get this divine key. How do I activate this bad boy, you know? Still, skill is not... Oh, bro, what? Bro, how do I have a divine key but not able to use it? This game is a scam! At high difficulty, people replacing Nicholas with Hod means a cakewalk for Platonius Equinox. So it's character specific as well in terms of... Oh, I guess it does change what the enemy is, and thus making the whole type system very much in your favor sometimes, right? Wait, what happened to my second... Oh, whatever, I don't fucking care. You want a challenge, you can do it? Absolutely not. I'm not looking for a challenge right now. I'm looking for an easy run for my Hammer Girl. Picture of Dominance only easy for imaginary type? Yeah, okay, so it's only for that. You would change its type just to have an easy time with specific characters. That's fair enough. Second Elysian Realm is only for Flame Chaser members? Oh, yeah, see, you read my mind there. I did want to ask about that. Really? Fair enough. That's an interesting concept, I guess. I won't say it's necessarily balanced, but interesting. It does make lore sense, though. How many Flame Chasers can you even play? Honia, Eden, Alicia, I guess Fu as well, that's another one. Oh, none of the men. Soon to be Grissy Assio. Blood Feast. Oh, fair enough. I'm just gonna call that a scam, though. That's a scam. Give me 2 Eden things at the start, man. It doesn't make sense that I don't get them. Surely Terry is somehow connected to them, right? Surely somehow. Oh yeah, Partafelis as well. I totally forgot she exists because I haven't used her in such a long time. To be quite frank, Partafelis is really strong in this. I remember when she was my first character in this Elysian Realm stuff. Partafelis is fucking strong. Too many immunity windows, much like Aponia. And her own grouping. Oh gosh, what a character. What an absolute unit. Goddamn Partafelis is, dude. Enemies take bonus damage. What an absolute unit. Kind of sad I wasn't there at the start of her thing to get her unique weapon. Let us go for both of Mr. Deathman Kalpas's signets, and then we'll go with another Alicia, apparently. Another Alicia. Nice. I'm not complaining, but I'm just visually and psychologically concerned. If I were the devs, I would also let May Battlesuit have 2 Alicia signets early because of a pushy attitude towards May. If I'm going to impress my girl, I'm going to give her extra... Honest... I was under the impression that she does get them. Because technically speaking... Not Alicia, sorry. May is in the Elysian Realm. These other characters, it doesn't make sense because they're like fragments of May's memory, right? Or something like that. That was like the lore behind it. So they're like figments of her imagination. But May, it makes sense because she's there. This game's very sus right now. Game's very not smart with its stuff. Damn, surely just give May another one. Let's not go with any of those. Let's try to get my main ones first. Like Kelpass. Means we'll get 2 Kelpass. Hopefully that's useful. Hopefully that's useful. Ba-bum-bum-ba-bum-bum. Jesus, why do we deal with that so quickly? If you go by that logic, it also apply to Natasha? Absolutely. Also should apply to Natasha. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, it should. You are correct. You are correct. It should also apply to Natasha. What do you think happened once May gets out of ER? Will she gain some power like DBZ hyperbolic time chamber thingy? It's plausible, Ferrari. That is a plausible thing. The thing is, yeah, because everyone and everything that she's encountering in the Elysian Realm is millions of power levels above the rest of the world. it does make sense for Mei to get some sort of massive, like, she exits the Elysian realm as this mega powerful person. It makes a lot of sense to do that. I think that should happen. Maybe not like mega like the strongest being in existence, but you can see that she's visually and like aurally, and that means aura-wise. That was a terrible choice of words by me. Jesus Christ. Like her aura essentially feels like similar to Kevin's. Not maybe the same intensity, but you know, she has a bit more of an aura. I feel like that's definitely plausible. But would that make that probably might like skew the balance of power in the whole like story though. So who knows if that will actually happen. The Elysian Realm does feel like that is what it was made for though. A hyperbolic time chamber style mechanic. That feels like exactly why it was made. Because why else do you need it? Why else would you need something like this? If you're not gonna like use it as a practice range, essentially. God damn, we have to go with Alicia. Become silent type. Not necessarily silent, but like, well, here's the thing. Kevin's the only character in the game, at least that I've met, that has an aura. That when you see them or when you're in the presence of them, you just feel them. You know they're there. You feel the chill, right? So that's what I'm more pushing towards, is that like once they're like at least maybe let's say starting to like get prepared for fighting, you're like you can feel that they're about to do something drastic. Yeah, also Afo is a great thing to go off of. Yeah, as Kia said, that she talks in Afo. So obviously silent type is slightly out of the question. And even in Afo, she doesn't really have much of a presence. Oh, not a presence, sorry, but an aura. Imagine how powerful A is at the moment compared to Shixel and World Serpent. A literally have Herstra of Flame Siren, Reason, and somewhat Herstra of Sentience at their disposal. That is true. That is true. You are definitely spitting facts. Yeah, that is true. Jesus Christ. I would say though that because World Serpent has Herstra of Thunder. In a sense, not like 100%, because obviously Herstra of Thunder is a bit more like wouldn't kill Kiana, obviously. But what I will say, let me go with the bottom one here. Herstra of Thunder, I'd say, is stronger than Herstra of Reason and Sentience. At least at the current. Maybe, like, let's say a mastered Herstra of Sentience is stronger. But in my mind, an unmastered and childish Herstra of Sentience doesn't compare to Herstra of Thunder in any way. At least in my eyes. Maybe it's different in the actual lore. And then Herstra of Reason, I don't know if Bronya's mastered the power in any way. Maybe she did in that like one sequence, but I'm not too sure. Jesus Christ, I just literally rolled Hephaestus. Oh my god. Alright, Hephaestus, get wrecked. Get absolutely rolled and smoked. World Serpent is still the strongest organization though. Like, isn't Kevin isn't Kevin God? Isn't that the whole deal? Isn't he God? Like, it's like not literally, but kind of. You know. Damn, we're actually like rolling enemies now. You make that machine into a sushi roll? Wait, is that how you make? I haven't ever made sushi. What, do you hit sushi with a massive axe to make sushi? Is that how you make sushi? You just hit it with a massive axe. Interesting method there, Cares. I'll definitely look to you for tips on making sushi. I feel like Herrscher Flamestone is above Herrscher Thunder at the moment, so may need something to keep up or level the playing field. I can't say. I haven't experienced the chapters 26 to 28 to determine that. I have not seen that Herrscher of Flamesign has done much except for defeat the Herrscher of Dominance, which I believe Herrscher of Thunder could have done the same thing. So until I see chapter 26 to 28, I can't come to a conclusion on that. If you're Southern, yes? Ah, I see what you're saying. Southerners, they make sushi with an axe. I see where you're coming from with that. Mr. Flamestone has 4 cores. Well, you know, it comes back to that saying, Ferrari. Is it quality or quantity? Which one are you for? Which one do you think is better? Quality or quantity? You can have 4 cores, but if you're not good at using any of them, is it any good? Or is the mastery of 1 core substantially better? It comes back to that question. I don't know what I just took, but I guess I'll take it. I got 2,000 coins. Let's just upgrade everything. Because, like essentially, Herrscher of Thunder has had, since Nagazora, to become, let's say, in tune with her core. Or in tune with her Herrscher of Thunder powers. Whilst May has only recently become it, and yes, you can have 4 cores, but yeah, if you're not like a great user of them, it can be a downfall in a way. Or not downfall, that's not the right word, but it can be less impactful than just being amazing at one. Let's not go with that one. I feel like I want this one. Okay, we should be really good right now. We need a I think it would be interesting to see like a sparring match. I don't want them to fight again like let's say like an emotional fight, but I think it would be interesting to see a sparring match, because that a training thing, right? They let's, you know, hypothetical. I'm not a writer of the Hoyoverse, just so everyone knows, and I'm not predicting the future. But let's say like chapter 37. Chapter 37 is here, and like they're preparing for something, or it's like a nice chill chapter, and the opening cinematic is literally May and Kiana having a brawl. They're like, huh, who's the winner now? And then they go have the little scuffle, and let's say Herrscher of Thunder wins, and then the next they have another one, Herrscher of Flamesign wins, and it's like maybe it's like it's like a Sasuke Naruto situation. Debating which one is stronger is impossible. Debating which one out of Naruto and Sasuke is really hard because there's a lot of things to consider. So it's like a where are you fighting, how are you fighting, when are you fighting, who are you fighting, and all that kind of stuff. Damn it, we might be able to actually kill Mobius now. Damn, that was actually really good. We actually rolled him. Oh my god. Oh yeah, not Alicia. Sometimes they do be watching people stream in Honkai. Wait, imagine if Hoyo just sneaking and watching the chance to take the May versus Kiana into account. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I don't think it would be a fight depending on like emotional stuff. Like the first fight was emotional, whilst the second fight would be more of like a training battle. We'll literally oh hey, what's up Shikundo, welcome to the stream. Or Shin. Sorry, Shin. Just say Shin. Welcome to the stream, man. Hope you're having a great day. It will literally suck if the void... I will literally get sucked into the void if they does. I remember after watching Lament of the Fall, I feel empty inside. My cute couple is gone. That's the thing. It depends on what they're fighting for. Depends on what they're fighting for. If they're fighting for, let's say, a friendly bout. Because if you remember, it doesn't happen in Naruto. It happens in Dragon Ball Z. It's old. I don't care if it's spoiled. It's like a 50-year-old series. Dragon Ball Z, the first saga, is literally Goku versus Vegeta fight to the death, literally wanting to kill each other. But then you fast forward to Dragon Ball Z and then Dragon Ball Super, they're fighting as a friendly brawl, right? A training battle. So look at it that way. Look at it that way. They can fight to the death one time, but then have a friendly battle the next. And that's essentially what I think would be interesting to see. And as to what we're talking about, Shin, just kind of general power stuff in terms of a few characters and a bit of hypothetical speculation on a fair few things in terms of the game. Not really any specific topic, just any idea that comes into the mind, chatting around, having a blast, whilst also trying to kill Mobius on, like, Void difficulty with Lunar Kindred. Who do you think the top of the three strongest flame chasers? And I think Kevin and Alicia Fu. That's pretty accurate. I'd put Mobius a bit higher. Probably Kelpas is up there. Who are the other ones? I can't even remember the other ones, to be quite frank with you. I would put Sakura a bit higher. Kevin's definitely rank 1, to be completely honest. Kevin's rank 1. I definitely think Sakura's pretty strong. But depends on what you mean, like the ability to kill or the ability to fight. The ability to fight, probably Fu and Kevin, somewhere there. Alicia, maybe. I don't know, it's a tough... Yeah, probably Kevin, Alicia, someone else. I don't know. I haven't met a lot of them. I haven't met a lot of them, so I don't know. I only know Kevin and Mobius's power levels, essentially. And a bit of Alicia, so those are mine. Kevin, Alicia, Mobius. Those are mine. Do you watch Dragon Ball Z Kai? No. Wait, Dragon Ball Z Kai. That's the... Oh, which one is that? Oh, which one is that? Also, we just killed Mobius. I didn't even really acknowledge it. Oh, God. Quickly just remind me of which one is Dragon Ball Z Kai. Is it when Goku's a kid and is growing up? Or is it when he's already a grown-up and he's kind of... He's going through the sagas of... Raditz Saga, Frieza Saga. Is it that one? I don't know which one it is. I used Smother Mobius and turned her into the worst Sony film ever. True. Yeah, I did. That was actually kind of easy. We might be able to do that on a high difficulty, but for another time. It means that my Lunar Kindred is actually not that bad. We got level 12. And we haven't even gotten Blood Feast to level 2 yet, or at least plus, which gives us an extra 12 seconds. Top 3 is, for me is Alicia, Ellie, Sakura, or Kalpas. I think Kevin is always at the top at this point. He's been essentially described as God. So, you can't really, like, say that Kevin isn't at the top. I've heard... I don't want to say anything that's too spoilery, but I have information through chapters, a chapter, that Ellie is, like, up there as second or first. Kevin and Alicia compete for first, in my eyes. And then, I like Sakura a lot. And I think she has killing potential. Maybe not combat potential, but she has killing potential. That's what my thoughts are. Alright, hold on. Let me figure out where to spend 50 energy. Can I spend it anywhere here? Nice. In story, Alicia says she's dancing around Kalpas when they fought and she won. Alicia is definitely top 3, 100%. Kalpas, I feel like Kalpas is meant to be looks strong. I don't think he's meant to be mega strong. I think he's just meant to be looking strong. I don't know why. I don't know. I just can't believe that he's definitely not in my top 3 personally. Maybe he's described. Sakura's really fast, but a strong Cowpass is stronger than her. Probably physical strength, but speed is also a factor. Dragon Ball Z Kai, according to Wiki, is revisited version of DBZ airing 209. No, I haven't watched Dragon Ball Z Kai. No. Yeah, no, I haven't. Why don't I spend the energy? Just why not, you know? Just spend it. Get it done. Power. It's a big thing. I can't really say much though on power because I just haven't met a lot of the characters. Isn't Aponia also strong? Isn't Aponia like one of the strongest characters as well? Because she's at the end. Like I haven't fucking met her yet. She's literally, I haven't met her. I haven't met Grisio, but she's the 11th one. I haven't met who else is it? Vil V. I haven't met. There's another one there. I haven't met even Pardafellis. I haven't even met Pardafellis. Like, canonically, I know she exists because she's on my screen, but I haven't even met her. So it's like... My list? Aponia. Aponia rank 1, then Kevin, then Eden. That's my tier list. No. Aponia, Eden, Kevin. That's my top 3 in terms of power. Kalpas has the actual highest Hershey count. That's probably because he's trying to fight everything. I think the other ones avoid fighting whilst he's there fighting. Talk about Sakura. She come in ER in 5.9 and become Virgil 2.0. I don't even know. What is it? Virgil 2.0? Isn't that the guy from Devil May Cry? Isn't that Devil May Cry? Where does the Devil May Cry come into this? Are you talking about like his like style? To be quite frank, I don't even know. I'm not a Devil May Cry player. I only watched the Virgil fight from the recent Devil May Cry, like Dante. I've watched that video where like some guy versus on the highest difficulty, not taking a single bit of damage. And King, I'm going to disregard your damage or your comment because I don't want to acknowledge it. You just meet them. Go ahead. How about in terms of attractiveness? Aponia, Eden, Kevin. And then Sakura is right behind it. In story, they only beat Herstia by binding them because Fu used the attack choosing the second eruption against them, and Kevin killed the weakened Herstia. Nah. That probably is true though. The skins are confirmed in beta. Amazing. Aura Guardian, just before you get into talking about the skins, because it's 5.9, let's just avoid talking about it because 5.9 is years away. We're not going to look at 5.9 stuff, dudes. 5.8 isn't even here, so just gotta get that up front before we get into talking about the 5.9 leaks and whatnot. 5.8 isn't even here. Maybe halfway through 5.8, we'll take a gander. We'll take a nice quick peek at the 5.9 stuff halfway through 5.8. But much like I do with Genshin, I don't really pay attention to the super future stuff. I just thought I'd get out of it because I've addressed it a few times in the stream, but obviously you guys are new now. You guys have come in late. So it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it. I think the next stream you can be a pinned comment on the chat. It's all good. Actually, I probably can do that. Actually, how does that work? Actually, I should... Wait, that is a very good point. Yes. I could just pin that as a general message. That's a very good point, Care. Sorry, a very good thing. I'll actually do that because I forgot that I can pin comments. Yeah. 5.9 comes out in 10 years. It does. It does. Yeah. Honkai Impact's actually getting delayed for 10 years. 11th of July is 5.8 release, right? I thought, and then 30th. And there's a bit of a conflict in release date, is there, boys? Is it the 11th of July or is it the 30th of June? A great question. Time to find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. What is this telling me to do here? Oh, this thing. Maybe I can look at some weapons in the stigmatas in the foundry. Because recently I've been trying to get handle on my Eden, which is taking a long time. Because I need to craft Ishikawa Goemon first, I think. I want to get 2-set handle at least on my Eden for anything else. Because 2-set Eden, and I want to make sure I choose the right piece. So if I go here, and then here. I have the middle one. Total damage increases by 15. Landing a weapon after it increases lightning damage by 40, which is amazing. And then the set bonus increases lightning damage by 30. Casting ultimate triggers the effects of all equipped stigmata pieces. Look at that. Look at that. I need that. I need that 2 set. That 2 set is crazy. But now I need to figure out which 2 set of the other ones do I want. Handel top or bottom? Any plans for stream Fua Chronicle? Not currently, Ferrari. Because we're resuming story progression. So, if I'm to give an estimate on that, so because there's no stream tomorrow because I have work in the evenings, Sunday will be chapter 26, then Monday is a Genshin stream, Tuesday would be 27, Wednesday would be 28, and then after that, we'll take a break from that. Maybe on Thursday next week will probably be the Fu story as a little filler bit. And then on Friday, we'll start chapter 3 of Elysian Realm. If everything goes according to plan. That's the schedule. Because I think from now, we took about a week break from doing the main story. Last Monday or something like that, last Sunday, we finished a bit, took a break. And so now we're resuming the story. So that's Fu story, or the Fu Chronicle will be at latest next week, Thursday. No, what day is it today? Friday. Yeah, next week, Thursday. Can we call Honkai Beta content leak when Mihoyo show it in trailer and let beta tester show to other player? Do I watch Overlord? I haven't. I've watched the first season. I'll quickly address that. I watched the first season, but I haven't watched the 2 and 3rd. But I do want to watch it because of the 4th. Great question, Shin. It's more so that I have no problem with talking about it personally, right? Personally, I don't mind talking about stuff that's in the future, but it's also in context of what other people want. I don't think a lot of the people in the chat want to talk about specifically the stuff in the future patches, and it's all up to speculation as to if that is the final product, right? There's a lot of tweaks, and so what is the point, right? You can definitely look at it personally if you want, but then we can also just look at it when it's closer to release, right? You know, just look at it closer to release. Because the difference between looking at it now and looking at it, let's say halfway through 5.8, is nothing. You just get a quicker look at it, right? So that's pretty much why. Like, it wouldn't be classified as a leak technically because Maho is very open about Honkai's one, weirdly enough. Genshin, they're very strict on it. I don't know why. But yeah, I guess I see no value in looking at it now versus later. In Honkai, Maho leak stuff themselves, and surprisingly fans doesn't rage about it. Well, the fans have no reason to rage about it. Absolutely no reason to rage about it. I know I should be just getting off this screen. I should read this stuff. I'll actually do this stuff in my own time. I'm just gonna get off Genshin Honkai for now. Let's just sit and chat for a second. I'd say once it goes to Chinese, I think it's final because they probably won't change it. And that's fair. I guess I just don't know when that is. I'm not too in touch with the beta. When is it in Chinese? Is it in Chinese now? Or rather, I say that, like, the beta or the server, rather. Is it there now? When is it confirmed? It's all up to kind of, like, I'm not too in touch with it right now. But for me, I see no value in looking at it now versus halfway through 5.8. Maybe, and even at the Hyperion Lounge, right? So that's pretty much my take on it, right? I guess getting in early on the hype and, like, talking about it is one thing, but to me, some people might not want to do that, so might as well just not do it. And you know what? The Discord server will be up soon. So if you do want a place to talk about that stuff, once the Discord server is up, there'll be tabs for both Genshin Impact and Honkai Impact, and in the future, Honkai Star Rail, as well as Zoneless Zone Zero, where there'll be spoiler tabs, like future patch tabs, essentially, where you can discuss that stuff and post pictures and kind of talk about it. But that Discord server will be up by the latest the end or middle of next week, let's say. The rough estimate of when that'll be up with all the kind of important channels for each thing. Would you actually be spoiled the content from Chinese version and talk about it here, like 2 versions away? Like, would I personally be spoiled? No. I like, wait, so, but would you actually spoil the content from Chinese version and talk about it here? I personally don't have a problem with it, but I think it's also like I like to accommodate people who don't want it in the chat, right? I don't know how many people here want to talk about it. I don't know how many people want to actually see it, so I'd rather just avoid it in general. Yeah, a good thing in Honkai, the beta doesn't seem to have story content or the community really nice, unlike Genshin leak everything. That's a fair point. Genshin does leak most things. Whilst Honkai, if they don't include the story, that's 10 out of 10. Just cosmetic stuff, I guess. That's, if I remember correctly, back then there's a huge ruckus with Genshin leaks, though I don't know much about it, to be honest. I think, yeah, at the very early days of Genshin's launch, if you were found to be leaking stuff, you instantly got your account banned, I'm pretty sure. Which I think they've kind of stopped that now, but they're still very weird about it. I'm not telling you the other... Oh, okay, fair cop. Me, I personally prefer blind playthrough. I'm with you there, said boy. I generally prefer a blind playthrough, but if I encounter a spoiler on accident, it doesn't bum me out too much. And let me explain the reasoning behind a blind playthrough, or just going into things blind. There's a thing, and again, I've mentioned this streamer or YouTuber before, Josh Strife Hayes. He creates MMO content, and he's an absolute genius when it comes to just concepts. There's a thing called a post-information error, and it's essentially going into a game knowing everything about it because of betas and alphas and early access, right? It's going into a game knowing everything, and it's essentially then what are you playing the game for? If you already played the game in the beta and you got 80% of the game in the beta, why play it on launch? Or if you do play it on launch, you'll know how to do 80% of the things. And so essentially, on launch of a game, you're playing 20% of the content. And it's essentially, he's labeled it a post-content or a post-information error. And that's why playing things blind is very fun because, and especially specifically on launch, playing things blind is that you get that raw new experience instead of playing it in a beta and then playing it on launch, and then the launch experience being diminished because the beta experience was your first time. And the beta one was like buggy, you had to report things, generally just kind of less optimized. So that's my reasoning behind a blind playthrough. Everyone's different though. Some people like just going through the content again, like testing, and that's absolutely fair enough to them. If you enjoy that, no doubt, or no flaming or anything. Only look next year. They still ban leaks? They do. Fair enough. Good on them. Good on them. Fuck the leakers. There's only a lot of people watching a cutscene in Chinese server earlier without much context. I don't get the logic tonight. Oh, I don't get the logic there. I don't get it either. Quick question. Why majority of people only react to animated scenes of Honkai and not play it? What do you mean, said boy? What do you mean? Why majority of people only react to animated scenes of Honkai and not play it? What do you mean? Like, can you give me an example? You mean replay make it lost the magic of playing the first time? Yeah, that's what I mean. If that's essentially how you interpret what I said, Shin, then yeah. Because New World, I don't know if you guys are familiar with New World, but New World is a great example. The game had many betas, and then on launch, people knew how to do everything, how to do the farming, how to do the PvP. They knew where the dungeons were, how to do the dungeons. They knew everything about the game, and so through the betas, they acquired the knowledge. And then on the launch of the game, they knew every single thing, and so they did that very min-maxingly, and thus the game died very quickly. There were other reasons why the game died, but obviously going into a post-information era, there's a higher chance of the game dying because of that. And if that's how you interpret that, then that's fair enough. I only found mostly on Genshin YouTubers, though. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, Sedway, actually. Are you talking about just, like, other content creators from different games watching Honkai cinematics just for the novelty of watching Honkai cinematics and then uploading their reactions without actually playing the game? Is that what you're essentially saying? I don't know why people do that. I think I've seen Tectone do that. He reacted to like I've seen his final lesson reaction or the thumbnail of it, but I don't know if he played the game. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't get it either. I thought he played the game, but then I found that he didn't. I didn't really get it either. Watching cutscene blind in-game is one of the best feelings you can have as a gamer. Once you take it, you can never have it back. Exactly. I find it very odd that people just watch the cutscene outside of the game, and then it's like, well, now that if you try to play the game in the future, you'll just know what the cutscene is, and so that loses value in it. Starting from chapter 7 to 25 of Honkai animated cutscenes. Yeah, okay. People watch animation because they reaction channel, not gaming channel, or for view. That's true. Yeah, because to be quite frank, when a lot of people did it, when a lot of people were just reacting to the Honkai animations, it was at the launch of Genshin Impact, or near the launch of Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact launched, and then people saw that Honkai Impact was a thing, and then they were like, oh shit, this has good animation, this has good content, and then they reacted to it, and then they milked it dry for its views on the reaction, and they didn't actually ever play it, and that diminishes a lot of the experience, doesn't it? It really does diminish a lot of the experience of playing through the game is if you just watch it through a YouTube. Like, you can just, yeah, you can watch the animations just through YouTube, but you don't really know what's going on. You're just there for the animation, and it's also, like, the reaction doesn't seem valid in a way, doesn't it? I don't know if you guys feel that, but the reaction just kind of doesn't feel valid if you react to something without knowing any of the context. It's like, why are you reacting to it then? Like, surely you would do this with context. Some peeps reacted... Oh, hey, Castellano, welcome back, man. Some peeps reacted to him because their viewers requesting it. That's fucking weird. Why would viewers want that, though? Like, what that satisfaction do the viewers get out of that? Right? I don't get it. Like, I would literally never watch anything you guys suggest unless I had pre-existing information on it. Because then what would I be reacting to? I'd just be like, oh yeah, sick animation, bruv. Sick animation. Where's the dragons? What? Regarding the reaction, I find it interesting that most people feel sad or cries when they watch the final lesson, even though literally no context. I know, right? That's the thing. Because now that I think about it, now no hate to Tecton, obviously, if he ever sees this, which is very like low chance that he sees one of my clips or anything like that, but it's like, if you didn't play it and you don't know any of the characters, but then you are very, like, let's say, sad during the cutscene, your reaction is sad, how do you know it's a sad event? All you saw was, now, for lack of a better words, you just saw a character die. You don't know what the character is or who the character is. Yeah. And again, no hate to Tecton. Obviously not anything against him. Do you ever just brainstorm ideas for Honkai? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes. Obviously, I do that for every game, though. Yeah, brainstorming is fun. Did I miss something? Pretending to have a reaction whilst watching it? I don't get it, yeah. Maybe pulling them to play Honkai, I guess, but then it backfired? Maybe. But I would never say to a person, watch this cool cinematic to play the game. I would say, play the game because the game is good. And then you'll see some good animations. I would, like, never do that. Animation is so good, they're making people feel rethought context. Oh. Tecton do play for reaction? Oh, okay, I didn't know. See, that's the thing, I didn't know. If he did play it before before reaction, fair enough. That's just an example. I've never seen him play it, I guess. That's on my bad. Credit to Final Lesson CG. It's so good they keep the storytelling simple and easy to follow. Everyone watching it was hit hard. But again, it comes back to the thing of if you don't know any of the characters involved, there's only 2 characters involved. But if you don't know any of them involved, there's no value there. Anyway, good night. iTissue, catch you later, man. Best of nights to you. Sleep easy, man. Don't worry about the night times. Just take a nice, good rest, my dudes. The fact that they pretend to gain views reaction in chat just makes me roll my eyes. It's definitely, it definitely is a keyword, and I've said if 3 times, if they haven't played the game. I watched Tecton Honkai stream. He gave up after chapter 9 because he can't play too much many gacha game. Okay, that's fair enough. If he played through the game, obviously that's fair enough. And again, no hate against anyone, but there is cases of that happening where people watch a cinematic because it was just suggested to them, and then they have no context, but they still pose a fake reaction, essentially. But if the person does play through it, then 100%, that's fair enough. 1.5 million views, he almost cried, and absolutely fair. If you watch the chapters, makes sense. If he played through all the story, then makes sense, 100%. ladies and gentlemen, though, it is 10:30 for me, 10:20 even. I'm gonna wrap it up here. What a stream. I don't know how I feel about chapter 25X, still indifferent, but hoping chapter 26, 27, and 28 are beyond belief. I've just thought of this skin idea called Golden Sea Sky. My idea is his hair does a ombre into gold instead of white. He has a crown and frills, then the clothes. I don't have enough space to say. If a skin idea for who, man? Skin idea for who? Oh, for Sue. For Sue. Okay, fair cop. I think once you wrapped up all the stories, we can do a trailer version tier list. Honestly, I'm going to do a lot of tier lists for Honkai. I'm going to do the most just disrespectful tier list. Final lesson. F tier animation. No, I'm not. I think Tecton has to stop playing Honkai because of the threats he receives. So much threats for raging Genshin fan. Actually, Ferrari, you got an absolute big point there. I remember seeing that. He because he's a very unfiltered gentleman. He's very unfiltered. He just, if he sees massive tits and sexy lady, he just says it. And then people were like flaming him for being a degenerate and whatnot. It was definitely like not a good, like what he did, there was nothing wrong, but the reception that he received from people was definitely sus. 26, 27 is all in one open world. I did see that, and I'm keen to experience that. And I want to, before I close his stream here again, guys, I do want to sincerely apologize for playing through chapter 29. It was an accident, and I will look for a way to replay it in some fashion. If it's just through watching another YouTuber kind of play through the dialogue of it, or just watching some method of playing through it, I'll definitely look for that. If you guys have any suggestions, definitely do send them over. But that is for once we get up to chapter 29, or at least Elysian chapter 3, and it's finished. I'll look for a method to do that. Unreal Dreamer, the one of the most loved Honkai stream, but he watched animation before play the game too. Feel he regret it. The Unreal Dreamer, the one of the most loved Honkai stream, he watched animation before play the game too. I have no idea what any of that stuff is, but I guess maybe like that. Don't do that. I guess don't. Oh, Unreal Dreamer's the streamer. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. There. Anyway, guys. Wrapping it up. Now I'm actually going to wrapping it up. Wrapping it up. Here it is. This is the final moment. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow, no stream. It's Saturday. I've got some work in the evening, so I can't be there. But don't cry. Do not cry. The Discord server is going to be made, and tomorrow there is a Genshin and Honkai Impact video coming out. You may guess what the title is. There is, in fact, a video coming out tomorrow. Genshin Impact versus Honkai Impact. The title you'll have to wait for and see as to what I'm talking about in it. But just look forward to it. It's a lot longer than the previous one, so stay tuned. That'll be out sometime tomorrow. I don't know when. Schedules are fucked. But look forward to it. Till then, till tomorrow, till the day after, till the stream. Stay safe, stay healthy, drink water, all that good shit. I'll catch you guys then. Peace. No king.